Wanna play? Let's play. The drone's data is the only way I can stop this hunt. Too slow out here. Need that momentum from the slipstream. Away. No! Need to stop it before it hurts someone. Need a speed boost! Damn it! I lost the drone! You wanna play? Let's play. The drone's data is the only way I can stop this hunt! Away. If I don't catch it now, it's almost done! Data complete! How about we trade you for parts now? No! Gone! You wanna play? Let's play. The drone's data is the only way I can stop this hunt! Away. Wanna play? Let's play. The drone's data is the only way I can stop this hunt. complete! How about we trade you for parts now? An influencer? Maybe Kraven just wants some brunch wrecks. Not exactly big game. Why all the trouble for some civilians? Time to kill. Lives are depending on the data in that bird. Too slow out here. Birds have babies? Gotta let the slipstream do the work for me. Can't be in that railgun sights again. Sorry, birdies. Your time's up. About halfway done. Huh. According to the data, this person died 2 years ago. Probably just an error. Still more eyes in the skies. Can't leave Kraven's toys flying around. Another day in this... I download enough data, these birds won't get near any target. Gotta avoid that flak! Need a speed boost! Losing it! 90%! Just a little more. Have the data now. Boom. This target died 5 years ago? Don't think these are data errors. Kraven's hunting dead people? Okay, now this is getting weird. I need more data to figure out what's going on here. squeeze this drone for as much data as possible. Can't let them find the targets. Complete. Need a speed boost! Time to break this bird down! That's all of it. No existing data. There's no record of this person anywhere. Are they even real? afternoon, New York. This is your Spider-Man speaking. The bird's hunting someone. Better pull his data fast. I need to get these little birds out of here. Need a speed boost! Sorry, birdies. Your time's up. Dragon breath? No thanks. 50% down, 50% to go. Good to go. Got all the data. All the targets share the exact same DNA? It's all the same person. But how? Okay. Officially creeped out. I need to solve this. One more drone should do it. That data's the key to solving this whole thing. That should be all of them. A relay signal? The satellites for each drone must be sifting through the target's data at a central hub. If I can hack the relay point, maybe the target's location is in the stream. Kraven had eyes and ears all over the city? Come on. Think that did the trick.
Target acquired. Dispatching hunters to the corner of 67th and Lexington.
Oh no. Did I lead the hunters right to them? I gotta get there quick or else. They're already here! Y'all here for the pool too? Thought as much. Remember to wait 30 minutes after eating before jumping in. Incoming! We should have a big splash competition. You go first.
Target sighted. Watch out!
He's airborne! I have a shot!
I should check inside. Hello?
Sergei, after all these years, how are you?
Who's there?
Make yourself at home. There's a martini waiting for you on the counter.
They think I'm Kraven?
Please, Sergei. There is 2 olives. Just how you hate it.
2 olives? And cyanide?
So, you have finally come to reunite in New York. Let us hide and seek, like old times.
They can't see me. It's a programmed recording with high-tech motion tracking. This game's not finished. Not the right move. Checkmate.
You found my secret. But who lies within?
I'm gonna die down there, aren't I?
You call yourself the great hunter, yet your trophy is pale in comparison to mine.
What the? Is that Pete's old mask? Wait. Is this the Chameleon's apartment? I thought he was put away years ago.
When I fled Volgograd, I never thought I would find a place to call home. But I am happy here.
Looks like he graduated too. This tech is insane. Craven's drone snapped a pic of him mid-transformation. I knew something was off about Craven's target. Another passage. This looks classified. Building schematics and hunter logs? The Chameleon was keeping tabs on Craven too. This is the missing persons database. It goes back to before I was born. What did the Chameleon do to them?
I gave you everything when we were children, and you would not even share your name. I loved you, and you hated me, but not anymore. I refuse to be hunted. I will see you again, brother, but you will never see me.
Gotta get out of here!
Don't worry, brother. I will do what you could not.
Craven and the Chameleon are brothers? That's a family reunion I do not want to crash. Should keep an eye out for the Chameleon. Pete's not gonna be happy he's still out there. Let's hope Connors is home. And still in control of his green alter ego. Dr. Connors? Dr. Connors! You here? How long has that been going off? Connors' family. Heard his wife left with their son after the first lizard fiasco. Not that Kraven cares. Must be lonely living in a house all by himself. Dual sinks, but only one's used.
Doc?
His son's room. Animal lover. Connors was here, all right. And fighting for his life by the looks of it. Genetic recombination research? He came home to cure himself. Hard to do experiments in your living room, though. Cute. Yikes, that's a fun sound. Same song from the Mobile. Oh man, what did Craven do to you, Doc? These blood samples are for a genome analyzer. Does Connors have a lab here? He tore through here. How are you still standing? Hello? No numbers on the keypad. Same key as the piano. Maybe. Connors loves his secrets. This
This lab probably kept him and his family safe whenever he had an episode. Reptile terrariums for Connor's initial limb regeneration tests. I never did find out how he lost his arm. A panic room. Bet Connor spent more time in there than in his own bed. Motion sensor triggered the security cameras about 30 minutes ago.
What did he put in me?
He was trying to test his blood. Come on, Dr. Connors, fight it. Oh no. Kraven's gonna pay for putting Connors and his family through hell. Couldn't hold him. Exactly how Kraven likes it. Connors' blood.
Cover the door. The beast could be anywhere.
You have no idea.
You are glorious prey, worthy of Kraven.
Let me tell you how this is all gonna go down. You leave Connors alone! He doesn't deserve this! Look out! But if you or Kraven keep going after him, you'll answer to me!
Take him alive! Unharmed!
Fight now!
The lizard just Good shot!
This whole lizard hunt ends now! Does Kraven even know what he did to Connors?
Incoming!
All so he can prove something? Is all this just a game to him?
Ray in my sight!
Switch in position!
Satellite scanning all active feeds. Triangulating position. Target located at Harlem Fish Market. All teams converge.
Lizard's across the river. I'm not gonna make it in time.
Is it 1800s? I love the braids. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, I see it. Lee is still out there. The city needs me. Spider-Man, right now. One sec. Pete? What's going on? The market? Yeah, I'll be there. I'm sorry. I'll text you. It's beautiful. The mural, I mean. It's about time Pete called me back.
Hey, how's it going with Haley?
Had to bail. Lizard's loose. Couldn't use your eyes in the skies.
The lizard?
Also, Haley thinks I'm crazy for trying to find Lee. Seems like everyone does.
We're protecting you. Revenge
I'm
just...
not after revenge. Dad always believed in second chances. But that's not what this is. It's my job to protect y'all, not the other way around.
I get it. Okay, let me boot up my gear real quick.
Looks empty, but I better check it out. Guess I'll have company after all.
Everyone out! Move it! Go! Teams of two, keep it tight.
They're using drones to track the lizard. Maybe I can use them too. That a passive defense system? Yep, good to know. Gonna keep my distance. I can't let these guys find the lizard first. Gotta clear them out.
Spread out. Find the lizard. Don't.
Hey man, got your feet up on the battle station. Lot of hunters. Are they using those bird drones to track the lizard?
I think so. Why?
Got an idea. I'll work on it while you clear the warehouse.
Anyone see that? Up there! It's Spider-Man! Raven does not care. Take him out or he will scare our prey!
The hell is that supposed to mean? Also, your prey just ate 3 tons of dead fish!
Get back!
And he wants to change the menu! Incoming! So if anyone's prey, it's not the scary lizard dude!
I will never get tired of watching you kick serious ass. And we got our birdie. See if your suit can override the drone's motherboard.
Okay. I'll give it a shot. Okay. My suit's pairing now.
God bless Unix. Okay, rebooting the altimeter and... It's alive! How do I look?
Like a robot drone, man.
And a robot drone that's tracking the lizard. Looks like he's through the... this thing handles like a tank. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Yankee, you good?
Yeah. I think this way's blocked now, though.
Don't stress. I'll meet you on the other side. Garage might lead to Genki and Lizard. Here we go. I gotta get out of here. Yankee didn't make that. This is sushi. That was him, all right. One guess what's behind door number 1. Dude, where the hell were you?
No idea, but I've seen some things.
Same, man. Let's just find this lizard dude.
Cool, yeah. Drone doesn't have a lock on him, though.
I can hear him. He's somewhere around here. His tail almost got me.
It's hard to tell. Drone's tracking data is really incomplete.
Genki, get behind me.
You don't have to tell me.
Gear slipped. It's just his skin.
Doesn't that mean he's getting bigger?
Hungrier too. Whoa. Hey, man. New threads?
The building's swarming with hunters. Any sign of Connors?
Yeah. Genki's tracking him.
Hey, Mr. Parker. Mr. Spider-Man, I mean.
But the data's incomplete.
Think I can help with that.
Ugh, is that blood? Hey, wait a sec. Try dropping it in here.
Onboard scanner. Handy.
Dude, this is great data. Hang on a sec. Okay, I think I got a lock.
Genki, wait! Be chill! That wasn't me.
Me neither.
I don't even have a stomach, so...
Let's go!
Go, go, go! Take him alive!
So what about that leak? Me personally, I actually think the Wolverine game could be freaking really neat. Style combat, and then Venom, a Venom video game makes sense. Like, I actually like Venom way more than Spider-Man. And Wolverine's pretty badass, so the selection I got going. Then X-Men after that. If I read it correctly, Venom was slated for 2025, and then Wolverine actually comes after Venom. And then I forgot what date, and then they're gonna do X-Men games with one Ratchet and Clank game in the mix somewhere, and a new IP at the end. And I think it's I mean, you can only clock in so many hours with a team, and Insomniac is a brilliant choice to be working on Marvel content games. So I think it it's a brilliant idea. Now, when they mentioned an online game, I was like, I don't know about that. Like, even, that sounds like another Avengers mess of a game that I'm pretty sure that nobody really wants, or very few do. X-Men online game, I'm not really interested in that, even from Insomniac. I'd be more interested in playing a bunch of different mutant characters with Insomniac controls. See, I always think like Wolverine is a tank though, so it's good. Like I kind of a little bit. I'm interested in how Insomniac controls are going to be with a Wolverine character, because I'm thinking they're going to have him fling himself to try to even his tank abilities. Like they're going to put some momentum in his character, is what I'm thinking. I personally don't give a shit about. I personally prefer it leaks, but the thing is that it really does show companies' true colors. Take Disney, for example. When shit gets revealed and they come out and they say, then they really gotta either choose to hold up on their word or become liars. They got a choice on the road whether or not they're gonna back out. So when they come out and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and then they decide all of a sudden down the road that they might want to change their fucking plans. When they're in a position of power like that to even be able to make games or to make movies, which 90% of the population is not, or if small content, you can make things on your phone, but like I'm talking like IP owned properties and all this devil deal shit in the entertainment industry. But what you're witnessing before your eyes is companies showing whether they're honest or not. People bitch about secrets being revealed, and that is fucking stupid, because in a way it is way better that they're revealed, because it's making people honest. See, when these hackers come out and get these data out there and put things out there, like me personally, that doesn't ruin shit for me. I don't rely on enjoyment out of a surprise, because if it was a surprise, it could fucking, be worse. Because if I don't know what I'm going into, then I'm getting something, and it's like that's way worse. It's like, because then I could be getting a piece of shit. This is why when I look at a lot of certain games, and I look at games nowadays, and I've been through a lot of games throughout my life, jumping around from games to games, from different types of companies, and from shit. I know I have more hours clocked in on the Xbox, but than I do on the PlayStation. But I also know I have more hours clocked into mobile than I do probably with both of these consoles combined, when it comes to anything mobile gaming, but when I look at things, it just from where I was, if I were to go back years ago, I would have bought in Alan Wake 2, or went crazy on all these games, and the soundtrack's amazing. But you have to make choices in life, unless you're rich in a capitalistic democracy world. And if you are, then you're going to have a target on your head for the rest of your life until you're poor, until nobody gives a shit about you. That's the consequences that come with having a shitload of money, whether you're famous or not. It puts a target on your head. Fame has nothing to do with it. It does. It changes the perspective, changes everything on who you are as an individual through the eyes of other people. I know a lot of you probably will never even fucking hear any of this, because I'm over an hour and a half in on this video of just pausing constantly because I am losing momentum and interest. And even Spider-Man content, but I had to drag myself back into it, and it's not because it's the issue is mostly a political and governmental issue. A lot of times when I look at things, what's killing a lot of things for me is like capitalism and democracy for sure. But it's the truth. And the truth is good and educational. And we have a bunch of different other shit out there where people are lying constantly. Like, clear evidence out there of all the footage, for someone who does his research. I do my research to show you that all the evidence that I've seen and been provided will even show you that people are innocent. And a lot of times, like in court of law or something, people will get blamed just because that's kind of like that's how democracy works. It's in the court of law. You don't have to be guilty. You just have to be believed, or the numbers have to decide your fate. You think they took the evidence, like when you have a little bit of shit evidence, of proof of anything, it really is like just whether people, your fate is like goddamn slot machine in that case. It's like you really don't have to be guilty to be guilty, and you don't have to be, you know, guilty to be not guilty, because they could decide your fate regardless. You could be, they let criminals out on the streets. It's a very flawed system, judgment. And now we have a whole issue with, I'm seeing right now, Disney actually having the biggest issue. Insomniac doesn't really have an issue, unless they make it an issue. So what? Surprise. I would just make those games, work on these games, whether they were revealed or not. It's because they are gold and they're going to do Sony a whole lot good for their platform. That online one, though, I think they'll fail at that one, though. But the rest, I think they'll do great. But when you look at, it's not Sony's strong suit anyway, so it's like fucking weird hearing about live service games on Sony platforms. It's like a PC or mobile phone thing. But anyway, what I like I said is that there's a lot of things that I'm more concerned about. Is like the movie industry is going to be more affected because games, people have a lot more to do in games. So it's it is narrative control a little bit more. I mean, it's well, not quite narrative control, but you get to experience things you can't experience in a movie. Movies, I always said, is kind of like the lazy way out, and you can get in a bad habit, I think, just sitting there watching movies, because it's like you're ultimately really doing nothing at all. When you're watching television, whether you're watching the news, watching anything, it's different when you're reading things. But what you're reading, when you're reading TV, like if you're reading the same movies over and over again, it literally can rot your brain, at least in that moment, because you're not gaining any knowledge, like real world wisdom out of that type of shit. But 90% of the time you're not. It's a hoax, just like based on true story. There ain't no fucking movie ever made in history that is truly even remotely connected to a true story, even if it's based on a true story, because it's instantly a lie the moment they modify it. And they modify it because they're like, well, it'll be boring if we don't. A lot of times that's their excuse. I learned now with Patch Adams, probably the first movie back in the 90s, was my first experience where I actually got interested in learning about that part in the entertainment industry and why they do what they do, why they lie constantly. And and people are like, to entertain, you can't be happy unless you're lied to. You can't be happy unless it's a secret. Surprise. Bullshit. That's a lot of bullshit. That's what that is. A big old bullshit. You could tell the whole goddamn agenda. See, I'm more, I would rather someone be honest and create a bunch of failures, even, than to have someone keep a secret and lie and create a success. It's just how I've always been. Like, I would, I personally believe that it has been a very horrible thing that the government has supported for too long. Companies should be forced to be honest. Not just companies, but even every single human being on this planet should be. But there's a huge problem depending on where you are in your communities. There is community issues of different kinds. Like, you could belong somewhere but not belong somewhere. Like, you could belong somewhere else but not be able to be connected. I've seen a lot of different things throughout my life and experienced a lot of different things to know that, what is artificial, what isn't, and what's doctored, and then obviously mind games, what ones are good for you, what ones aren't good for you. And you look at a lot of different types of mind games that people do that aren't good for you. More often, I see that more than the good stuff. It's, but then it's like you learn from those things. Imagine if you're catfish, not like all your life. And someone's like, well, stop blaming other people for your problems. They're blaming the person for the victim who's keeps getting catfished. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see that a lot too. But it's there's a lot of shit out there that's just fucked up. Especially with the internet. That's why I don't do dating. Because a lot of dating has moved online, and more than half of the people I meet in my life, I share very little to no connection with. But then when I do see people across the world, I'm like, oh shit, that's unfortunate. But, well, okay, now I share more in common with them. But we're more interested in, but don't usually end up that way. It's, you get what you get. That whole box of chocolates gambit shit, and my cards, and using my cards to water my advantages. But I can weaponize the mind. I can weaponize time. Stuff like that. But if I have to, if I seek the purpose to do so, I do have some hostile tactics if I need to have them. But reversals. But it's just like looking at things in the world and seeing who you are in the mirror and whether you like yourself or not, and to know why are you this way. I can go from waking up every morning to the beach and having the time of my life, like, to not even being near a beach, and in like completely just sleeping perhaps 50% of the day if I can. Or even and it tells me a lot that, okay, well, these spots out here, I need to go out there, but also it's like you start juggling a lot of things in the artificial world, and the art world doesn't really mix well with the natural world. You start to find out that there's the naturality and then there's the supernaturality, which I believe art is 100% supernatural most of the time. Art is not, I wouldn't say art is natural, because art requires a skill set. Natural, I believe, is where you don't require any mindset, where you're just a natural. Like, you could be a natural pianist, right? Or, really good at or modding or changing sound effects. Have no training my entire life. Me, for example, can jump into that even though I'm not into it. I mean, I like it. I'm into it. I mean, but I'm not doing it. That. And it's like, well, if I did that in this community that I'm in, and a lot of communities that I'm in, people would be hostile because they hate sound. There are a lot of communities that absolutely hate sound unless it is, I don't have the money to rent out a goddamn studio or an auditorium. So it's like, if I'm going to do any of this stuff, and then it's like, I see things that how people take on things, but I also realize that you are in someone else's community, and it's not your community. It's not mine. I wouldn't, you can make it yours, but the more you make it yours, the more you can find yourself being intoxicated by negativity, because it really is a depression of character, of who you are, that really is beating you down. Because going through the cycles are some of the hardest things that you'll ever do, and they rarely pay off. Like, they almost never pay off, even by going down those roads. But and you'd be like, oh yeah, you get, it's like you say, well, I work this job just for the money, but in the end, what does it really accomplish? The truth is, it accomplishes ultimately nothing. Like, if you really dig into it and learn that it's like a medical chemical thing, a lot of artificial. You're doing something artificial to get something artificial so you can go do something natural in the trade. And eventually, through going through artificial to artificial, going through artificial to get natural, you see what I'm saying? It takes its toll, especially with time, and people are expected to be a certain way, and you slip out of line. Slipping out of line is simply saying something that someone doesn't like, and then you get fired over fucking words or image. I see people that, look at what happened to Johnny Depp. Look what happens to Amber Heard, even. Look at what happened to Jonathan Majors. No matter what, whether anyone committed a crime or not. See, it really doesn't matter whether anyone committed the crime or not to the industries as much. It just matters whether the power says so, who says so, who's in charge right now that's controlling the narrative of that person's life. See what I'm saying? Let's not joke. Let's be serious. Like, Disney don't give a shit as a company. They care more about their company's image more than they do about that individual person. They care about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and Jonathan Majors combined. No matter, and his ex, supposedly. I don't know. But by the looks of it, what I've seen is potential mind games. He could have been playing mind games, but I also see that she, by the looks of it, was also clinging to him. And how the hell does someone get clinged like that to somebody? It's, personally, shit, I would be happy to have someone cling like that. Like, or someone's getting with their phone. Like, it makes me wonder, because, you hear people say, well, cheating before you're even in a relationship. I hear this a couple times. People are cheating before they're even in a relationship, like with phones and shit. And I'm like, a lot of times I sit here and I think, because I was in a club back in Halloween, and this girl liked me, walked up to me, seemed to like me. She and I'm just hanging out at this club, and she says to me, what was it? She said, "You win," or something. I'm like, what? I'm like, what do I win? I'm taken aback. Like, I'm like, what do you mean? What do I win? And it's like, you win me, silly. She's like, and I'm like, oh, so that is what love is? See what I'm saying? That's what people think shit is. It's this like giant ass reward trophy that people are just like instantly, oh yeah, I won this person over here. And I'm like thinking, why is everything such a game to people? You're not in the game. First of all, I don't even want to be in that fucking game. You know, I don't want something natural to be fucking unnatural. You know, this whole game shit. It's, to me, when it comes to people, you are not a game. Our relationship is not a game that you can hack or cheat on. It is simply, you know, there's conditional love and there's unconditional love. Conditional love is like holding on to other things and then having those other things be more superior than the people or the person that you supposedly love, where you will basically you're loving material objects or your career or dollar bills more so you can love yourself, basically, right? It's not really loving yourself, but it's giving you a stance of power in a society that enforces this way of life. So what happens is now is that, oh shit, doctor time. Am I going to get doctored by this girl, the significant other, or am I going to get doctored by myself? Or am I going to do it by myself? You know, what you can do by yourself. And that's the thing that's artificial. Now you're doing everything yourself. Then what the fuck's the point of a relationship then? And it's like, well, you don't really want one. Like, bullshit. Or, you know, you could want one. But what happens to the need is that it really creates a divide between what is natural and what is not. And there's nothing natural about art. You know, in the way, the style of that life. And you'll go down that road and people be like, oh, shit. And sometimes I think, you know, if you knew everything in the world, you know, you really would be the loneliest fucker on the planet Earth. There'd be consequences for that much knowledge. Especially in a world that, you know, sometimes I'll think, well, okay, well, there won't be consequences for my actions if I direct it. See what I'm saying? And then the consequences go to somewhere else. If you have wisdom, all the wisdom in the world, but then you gotta realize you have a heart, and you're not, you know, what makes you stupid? Emotions make people stupid, or it can make you really stupid in an instant, because you feel sad, you'll feel guilty, like, oh shit, I gotta do this to be able to save the world. Even, you know, really, the question, what's the only way to save the world, was literally to be this horrible individual to accomplish it, and to go down and do horrible things to be able to save everyone else. That all the people, and even if they hate you for it, like, what is the only way forward into this path is to put on the face of evil and to verse evil. Name one good person who can actually go up against one person that isn't evil. You know, every soldier's evil, especially if they pull the trigger, even on their enemy. You cross a line instantly, right? Even if the other person before you crossed the line. You know, it's a demon thing. It's an evil thing. There's some things you just can't come back from, but you have to come after from that aspect. Like, going down in your life, you could be, you know, it's like I said, it's not even murder that is the crime in the world. It's who you're doing it for, or whether the democracy decides it or not, if it is a crime or not. You know, if you knew what the hell your heroes did, for example, a lot of people wouldn't really like them very much. They would start to hate their heroes. People are phased because the truth is so powerful. It's the dawn of realizing that your family's been lying to you this whole time. Since the moment you're born, telling you bullshit stories, and you're supposed to go to school and learn everything that society that that community actually gets from the government, from the state, and decides, well, hey, okay, this is a requirement to what to learn, but then you realize, wait a second, it's through my experiences that the more you dive down into all of this, you will see a lot of like teachers are like failures or locked into their emotions, but why they become to try to better others, or just because it's all they can accomplish. Like, why are they doing what they're doing? But you don't have to be that teacher. You could it's like you could be a teacher and not even be associated with schools. For example, you could be a teacher running your own business, teaching your employees. You could be a teacher in a family, and it starts to look like a lot like a mind your own business tactic. And then this is where a lot of things you don't see, with a lot of bad things in the programming. Because if you are suppressed and learned inside school by their rules, and you submit to that, then just imagine what the fuck is submitted to and learned, what you're taught. And it's like, you can have all the talent in the world. I've said this for years. And just like one last time I was in New York City, someone said to me, "Oh, what a waste," when they looked at my talent, and I was like, I was like, yeah, you're not entirely wrong. I was agreeing, but I find my usages for not, as well with that, because it's just, but it's like a lot of things throughout the years back then, you just start giving things away for free and never getting anything back in return, and always being seen, because the narrative's always shitting all over the free bird. The person's like, free, well, you chose to do that. It's your own fault. Everyone else is still busy getting shit, empowerment to empower who they choose. And yet someone else is just like pulling things out of thin air, just giving things away. It doesn't sit well with a lot of people. They're like instantly like hating that person. If they knew them. It's not even magic and shit. Someone wielding fucking supernatural abilities, let's say. And the rest of the world is looking at them, and they're gonna be like fucking hating them or wanting from them. Or in a lot of cases doing both. I think people are good. I think there are good people, but there are people also have expectations. I think even good people break. I've seen good people transform into bad people over time. Spend 30 to 40 years in a black hole, even being kind and doing a lot of things, is eventually going to change someone. A lot of people will eventually become, go down a dark, evil path. Even the best of people. And it's, especially if they're human, they're even more susceptible to the transformation. Especially if they lack the intelligence to combat it. And the combat itself can really end up, getting the person where they never get what they want when they sacrifice. For example, and then you get the criminal that actually gets what they want when they finally hit the transform after, let's say, 40, 50 years, 30, 40, 50 years, and they finally let themselves become evil, let's say, and then they actually get what they want. And they're like, well, okay, well, they may or may not be killed or sent to jail afterwards, right? But they're like, there's a type of fulfillment, like growing over the dark side. So You see what I'm saying? There's a pipe of fulfillment from going over and transforming, and it took them 30 to 40 years to do it. To get even a little bit of happiness that they, like real happiness that they never had. So it's individuals in society suppressed. I've watched people grow up through abuse and try to combat it, but also fail at it. And those who succeeded, and watching people transform, watch people shoot people, well, not watch them, but analyzed and studied and grew up around people who have changed. They say that they always were that person. No. They were always in a lot of times you can latch on to emotion and say, well, that's what was always in the perception, but what everyone else sees. So it's a lot of frames. Like you point out every camera in New York City, it doesn't matter whether it catches the criminal or not, it just matters what the hell they choose to reveal to the public. I mean, how many times has people made the news, and how many times have people not made the news? Who decides who makes the news and who doesn't? And it's all narrative frame locks. It's hold light, right side. And that is how the government has ran for even more since the technology's advancements and rises. You know, since the 90s, I'd say it started to get really bad coming out of the 90s into the early 2000s, and now it's as worse as it's ever been. But people are using it for evil. And that's why I'm looking at like hackers and data leak people and be like, I'll take it for $3 million or millions of dollars. And I'm like, no, I want you to actually keep doing it. I'm not going to give you millions of dollars for what you're doing. Perhaps be like, well, I like what you're doing. See, you're making people honest. You're not stopping people from developing their shit. Because then if you're doing that, then, you know, you might, you're going to tread on some dangerous landscape. But when it comes to revealing the truth, hey, hacker people, you're actually doing some good, believe it or not, by leaking out data, information, by leaking out all this stuff, because you're making people honest. It's not like you're really committing the crime, or it's not like that other person's really committing a crime either, the one who's being leaked. I mean, again, it's just all this image shit, and people looking at things, being like, oh, you know, I don't like this, running with this, and then all of a sudden deciding how much democracy, how much numbers they have to be judge, jury, executioner. The sentence what they're going to do. And it's just like this whole intoxicating shit. And, it's, like I said, you don't have to do shit. You could literally be fucking just sleeping. And it's one day they pull something up. And they're like, well, okay, well, we saw you running around the city doing this, trying to escape somebody that was harassing you. It didn't look good. Let's say that's what happened. Let's say that someone's just trying to escape someone. And then it's like, well, this is an abuse. And they're like, oh shit, frame on. But now it's like, well, where's the evidence? It turns out there ain't any fucking true evidence to actually say this person's guilty. But in the end, it's just this sense or feeling of people just sitting there like, yep, unease, he's guilty, yep, right? And it's just literally people just going off their fucking feelings. That's it. No brains, no intelligence, no actual factual evidence towards things. And you just look at this shit, and then they're like, well, they're instincts, and then you think, well, people actually have good instincts. If they had good instincts, they would have fucking stopped all the murdering in the world, and stopped worrying about closing off the borders to stop people entering when they can't even solve their own shit inside their own fucking government. And telling me they have good instinct, good sense. It's like nobody's allowed to. It's an unreliable thing in the United States for sure, for indefinite. It's because evil thrives, especially if we're basing all this shit on, well, the verdict is this person's this. You know, Johnny Depp was guilty before they decided he wasn't guilty. See? It's... You watch all this shit go down, which are lies. People just finding excuses for things. But truth is, when we're looking at a narrative control part, or what's going to benefit, like Marvel, for example, I think one of the biggest mistakes that Kevin Feige did is came up on stage and said, "This is, told the world that this was the multiverse saga, and that it was going to end." Now, as a narrative point of view of character and creating stories, and saying, "Well, we're jumping into this and we're going to rush through this and end it, or spend a decade with this and end it," approximately, it's like right there you've already crossed the line before you even realize it. You've set a stage of events in play of going about things when you're holding things like saying that, well, we're going to end this, so people have to play by our rules, and we're going to go down here and create an eternity saga, lock everyone into this timeline, when it's just fucking movies and the storylines, the connectivity. The problem is, a lot of times, like when I look at fucking DC films, it's like people are just so fast moving on and not finishing their fucking projects. I don't care how good or how popular Batman vs Superman is, it's still always, to me, an unfinished movie. The same thing with Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's always going to be an unfinished product. I think, in his defense, not that he needs it, because he can just move on, he's in a power stance to make movies anyway, that the dude can just fucking, had perhaps leadership taking shit away from him. And looking at things like, who's the bad guy here? Obviously, it's directional control. And in a lot of cases, it can, looks like, to me, is that someone can have so much love, so much fandom, that all of a sudden they're like, well, I got power, I'm in this leadership role, who needs, be like, well, okay, we're going to do elsewhere stories, but how far are you going to do elsewhere stories? You do elsewhere stories, but you're not allowed to finish your product, but this person's allowed to finish theirs. What happens when the makers of the Batman Part 2, and they want to make a Part 3, I mean, obviously they're going to have less problem with Part 2, because it's already, more likely they're going to pop that out. But let's say they decide they want to make at least one more, and that runs into conflict with The Brave and the Bold, and the timing schedule. Do you think they're even going to let them make a Part 3? Are they even going to be allowed to make a Part 3? See what I'm saying? Like, they're allowed to make a Part 2, but are they allowed to make a Part 3? That has not been confirmed. So when you look at this, because the truth is, anything when you're looking down the road like this is like stories. Individual stories. You have a problem when you're doing universal building. And the problem is permission. Even if you have the skill set to do it, you still have to jump through all these loopholes that may never let you do it. Think about movies that were never made, or got made 10 years down the road, where someone might have wanted to make something into a bigger franchise, but never was allowed to. Think about the movies that could have been. Think about what Spider-Man 4 could be, and watch it not be that. Watch it be something else. See what I'm saying? If anything goes up against your expectations, it's not what you expected. But it's like, and then you turn out, well, if I can read all these comics, and even the comics, or create my own version, and if I can write my own movies, You know, it's like you're gonna look at like, well, when I look at this, and 95% of the time you're gonna be like, well, shit, the people are really fucking up in Hollywood. You could instantly just jump right to that. You're like, damn, this mine would have been better, or this person's would have been better. Like I pulled up scripts from other people on things, fan-made scripts on even in DC that were better than a lot of these movies that were made. And so there are takes, and I'm not saying to make it so no one can make these movies. I'm saying there's got to be places where people can do these things, and so people can. If James Gunn, for example, wants the movie theaters or something, then and wants Max as his streaming choice and the movie theaters as like this, then where the hell is everyone else's content going to go? You know, to make room. Like, okay, we don't want you to interfere with this shit, I'm going to send it over here. So I'm saying, like, instead of just shutting it down, it's a little bit better to be like, hey, well, Netflix will let you finish your universe. Or your take on something. We're over here in this company, Amazon. You're looking at a lot of contract signing deals, too, where I don't think a lot of them are going to hold up. I won't be surprised if a lot of them will expire even within time range, and some just get scrapped entirely. You can sign a deal, and the sense that I have is that Disney is losing interest in helping or wanting to help the growth of Spider-Man, and being more interested in their own content. So at the same time, that I think when it comes to films, at least. So it makes me think, well, okay, well, you know, do you really think they're going to make, you know, going back 9 Spider-Man movies? Like their words, and then come back and say, you know, obviously they signed the 6-film deal, supposedly. What do you know? Those 6-film deals don't have to actually be Spider-Man movies, not that we know of. 3, not that I know of at least, 3 of those movies. You know, I hear a lot of times 3 Spider-Man movies, 3 more Spider-Man movies, 3 more. That's it. That's with Disney. At 3 more Spider-Man movies where he's in someone else's movie, or whether it's Avengers or whatever. I said it when I first looked at it, when I was going into 2020 after 2019, and everybody talking about Avengers, like Disney coming out talking about Avengers, and I was like thinking in my mind before 2020 even fucking existed, or 2021, was that this is the decade off of Avengers, where you could focus on other people's stories and go off in these things and do all these other things. And then all of a sudden I hear that they're rushing things. It's, you know, that was my first instinct, was that no Avengers at all in 2020's era, decade. I was thinking bring it back in 2030 is what I was thinking. In the 30s, like skip a decade, give it a break, and work on character stories for a while instead. And then went out, and they were like, well, now it's what you're seeing is that now that because of what they started and all the narrative, is that you're more than likely going to get some back-to-back Avengers movies this decade now, eventually. And they're just going to end it. And it's going to go off to separate timelines. And they're going to pick characters who can go over to other timelines. You know, this is what's happening. Is what I think what Disney is going to do now is that wherever the story direction, doesn't even fucking matter who the hell they choose to be the villain in this case of the story, is that in their long narrative run is, how can we tell these stories without fucking up this other storyline? So they want to end the Avengers now. They want to go and do these other things. They want a Runaways era, which is what I wanted, was Fallen Angels. But when you look over here, and you look at the X-Men, you look at, you know, why does the X-Men have to go over to the Avengers right away? They don't. You know, they don't have to. It's so you have all this stuff that's going off in these different directions, and it's like there's all these other teams, And if people want to make Thor 5, right? Go to Thor 5, but I'm thinking personally, like, out of these splintered side stories, that maybe not do even that, because they set up a kind of like a conflict between Hercules and Thor even at the end of that movie. But does that even matter at this point when they're with the multiverse? See, this is the problem. There's so much shit. So it's like to complete that there, I'm thinking, and I've been sitting here thinking for a while, that you can have their conflict start off in a movie and then have it grow somewhere else. And if you want to start navigating through space, because Thor's a character, why the hell do you want Thor on fucking Earth for a whole movie? Mostly, by a movie just by himself, that's gonna be like fucking a waste of a character. Same thing with Marvel, Captain Marvel, or these are opportunity characters for outer space. So it's like, and to explore things. So Thor, I've pitched been this before, and I said, well, listen here. What if we don't make Thor 5? What if we make God Squad instead? Or something like, and have it start off, and you can poke fun of it. It's not an R-rated movie. It's a character you could keep if actors want to continue. If you want things to keep going, and sign these deals for people to go off and do these other things. You've got the Guardians of the Galaxy, even though James Gunn's error with it has ended, being probably their most successful Marvel movie this entire decade. So they're like, it's a no-brainer that they would want to bring that back and to explore it. Watching these other films, there's supposed to be 3 films of Black Widow, but now it's like they're coming out and they said there was going to be 3 of those, but then you're like all of a sudden like, maybe not. It's going against plans. So what you're seeing now is that the Thunderbolts, what's the point of a Captain Marvel 2 when you could just keep doing the Marvels? But here's the problem, the Marvels flopped. And so despite, no matter if you like the story or not, it still flopped. And so you have issues, it's considered a flop. So whether they're going to invest in that direction or not. You have teams. I do think team type films are focusing on the growth of things, but that doesn't mean they can't flop Guardians of the Galaxy. Do you think they're going to come out and be like, let's make Eternals 2 without concerns? They have a lot of things that really throw people off, and I think that as a company perspective too, and trying to get inside their head, I'm thinking, well, Eternals probably scares them, Eternals 2, financially. Going big into this whole judgment era of things and gods, and which is a fantastic storyline that you really like, well, that would actually work in like Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Or work over here with another team, and but it's like it's just not working here. You see what I'm saying? What if if this really flops? Can we make this gambit? Can we gamble on Eternals 2? See, this is where I'm thinking like of things like this. Can we gamble on Black Widow? Despite that Black Widow didn't even get a chance. And should we? It's like gamble on this. And then I look at him and say, wait a second. You're telling me, well, what if we just made the Thunderbolts an actually good movie and marketed? If they put the Red Hulk on that thing, it would draw some people too. Like, they really put a sense of humor, the action, they got a hell of a cast, and they start working on doing a story around there, and in the marketing, they could really market Thunderbolts. And it makes me sit there and think, well, the Incredible Hulk 2. It's like they don't want to make an Incredible Hulk 2. Part of them, some of them want to, but I think they're outnumbered in people who don't want to. I think a lot of people would be like, well, why would we do that when we could put that in someone else's movie as well? And you're looking at this bickering back and forth over a single character, even, of where they should or shouldn't be. There's so many fun characters right now that for an Avengers movie to be good, you're going to have to, in some of them, you can't have every single character. Ant-Man was not even in Infinity War, for example. Despite that Paul Rudd is probably one of the funniest characters out of all the actors' selection choices when it comes to comedy. Um, so it's as an actor, he's probably the funniest, or up there as one of the funniest characters. And so, but you're looking at things and seeing things, and yet things still not sitting well with people. I'm trying to think, well, what went wrong with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania? Why do people hate that? And what I'm seeing, believe it or not, it made sense. The crushing factor, it even made sense. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania did make sense. It's not that it didn't make sense compared to where it was coming from. As of where it comes from, Ant-Man going into Civil War, and then, was enough a fan, a little narrative choices, comedy, Civil War, had in the action scenes. Then you had the light humor and stuff like that. And then you go into Ant-Man and the Wasp, and a lot of people really like that. I keep thinking every now and then it is the most forgetful one out of all of them, except for I keep remembering what's his name shrinking the building, and shit like that. There's a couple scenes, but it was a lot more slower, but a lot of people liked it. I liked it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It was all right. It wasn't. I wouldn't just call it my favorite, but when you look at like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, I would say that it felt a lot more fun than Ant-Man and the Wasp did. I would say like they did things at least. They were down in had this whole other world exploring going on, and I just started to like you know it just kind of sucks. People choose things. People really didn't like what they did with MODOK, made fun of MODOK, despite that MODOK really doesn't make sense, the name. It was really, looking at it and shitting on it in a way. But the thing is that it's not like they can't do MODOK in some other timeline. So, but it kind of like made sense because, going into Ant-Man from the original, it really is also an ending in a lot of ways to the Ant-Man trilogy, in saying, conclusion in a lot of cases. But it's just like, I don't know. I think people just didn't like, they really get attached to certain characters. It's like people I heard out of the theaters saying they wanted their own, whatever that cat thing is, in the Marvels. Despite that, walking out of the theater and thinking, they just instantly grasped a character. I think people don't really think about connectivity as much. I think people just want to relate to something or connect to something. Which is so fucking weird to me. Personally, I feel that's fucking weird. But, because I don't play things that way. Like, I never have really, like, looked at myself as any of these, like, characters, but I was looking at it like, I'm God a lot of times, and I'm the person who's actually writing the story and just hoping people like the story that I'm writing. Something like that. It's like, or, I look at, well, this story character, when I'm creating a character in my own stories, like from the Earth Spill universe that I created, that's my own creation, that's completely different, but it's just like, I'm not any of these characters. I don't know, like, it's just like, I'm kind of just like, I like these characters because it's just, I don't know, I just create these characters, and and connect it like a puzzle. I'm not thinking like, oh, will people like this? I'm not even thinking if I like this, what I'm making a lot of times. What I'm doing. It's just kind of like, I don't know, it's just it serves one purpose, and it's to make it make sense, and I just experience the emotions through other characters. Like, I've never had a kid get shot in it's like I wrote a little short story before about it was very real. Feeling, imagine being a single father and having conflictions and feeling that emotion. I could feel it through that character, that fictional character, of what it's like and what's going through the person's mind. They've been suffocating and suffering. And then all of a sudden, like I said, you have your last and only reason be taken away from you. And then I wrote, well, they go pick up the gun. They eventually pick up the gun to end their own life, but they realize, well, there was only 2 bullets in the gun. And being robbed of mercy. And the rest of the world looking at them like, oh, they just need help. The person needs help. Do you think someone wants to love again? After going through something like that, do you think you're going to be like, let's make them love again? Some people, they cross a dark line. It really is the one thing that people say don't do, to actually let them do. There ain't no coming back from certain things. It kind of just creates this constantness, and you have to pay attention in life. It's like, what the fuck do they really accomplish? What the fuck does anybody accomplish after crossing the dark side? A lot of times, and what is there to come back from? In a lot of movies, people that go evil, they always end up dead anyway, even if they consider, so it's certain characters go back and forth, and then people, like, how people sit on that. It's a big ass mess. And we have to, it's all about democracy. Everything is fucking math. Nothing to do with, it's just fucking full ass math, chemical, geometric, and geochemical influencing to get into the viewers and to control the narrative, give them what they think they want, and to learn that some of them don't even fucking want it. Certain people hate it. Marvel, and a lot of people are seeking to destroy Marvel because, or like, there's a lot of people that don't want to be associated or didn't want it for a long time. And there's a lot of people that do. It's a big old fucking mess. And we look at the numbers, like, think about it, like, nobody's ever grossed as much money as Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, right? In the box office, supposedly, right? They've never grossed that much, with the exception of Avatar. And they beat Avatar. And, they make these comedy movies, and you go back and watch some comedy movies and with brains, and you're like, how is this funny? Certain people are just fucking annoying. What you once thought was funny, and be like, how do they even think that was funny? The answer is because you were naive. You only enjoyed it because you were stupid. It's you went to stupidity to even be able to enjoy something. And the more intelligent, the more you crave more intelligence. Things to be. It's like a pattern, a cycle. And where intelligence comes into play for the cinematic universe is making things make sense. or being fair. But I think the average consumer gives a shit what people on the other side, us creators, do. People don't want to sit through the fucking credits to actually pay respect. But you have to go pay respect to the dead, but rarely to the living. What that's thinking, I think that's a very important thing that we should be looking at as well. It's a lot of things in life that, you know, you know, I wish like I was born on a completely different fucking planet. If I were to be born, I was born on Earth, or born somewhere where, one, there were no trophies or money, where I could just be fucking free to do things and create, and without worrying about shit. And it'd be like, well, if you don't worry about shit here, well, then people will eventually, you'll come into conflicts, cross one line eventually, because that's what, and they're like, the only way out is art, the language. Like, people get away with a lot of things and be like, well, I'm in the music industry. I wasn't talking. I was writing music. I was singing. Now, if someone was talking those words, it's like, think about that for a moment. And then when they're starting to communicate, and it's like, it's all manipulation tactics. It's what you start to learn. It's just like people just go, well, you turned it that way. You're making reality this way. We have a real life multiverse crisis on our hands, in other words, but more mentally, and quite a bunch of people's differences and separating, and people wanting to conquer, wanting things their way, and it's just like at some point you look at Tomb Raider, for example. Someone who might love Tomb Raider and be like, well, they love Tomb Raider more than you, but do they really? You're just like, well. It's like, shit. What version? Because I'm Tomb Raider. I'm just saying, like, it's a giant ass mess. Why love anything that's artificial to begin with, when everything that's artificial and created in art is, at the end of the day, all moddable, period, end of story, moddable, period. Every character in existence is moddable. And it's just like, and then someone like, oh, I want this character this way. And I like to never change. Traditions are like staring at fucking drywall paint, paint drying on the fucking wall. You might like it. Some people are like, oh yeah, I really like watching this. Constantly, the same thing over and over again. You're going to have an audience that loves watching paint dry. Literally, like it's like, oh, there's nothing better in the world than watching paint dry, and they genuinely love it. You see what I'm saying? They could be like instantly like, what makes them that way? Someone says, like, for example, like, you're making me not like this. And I look at how they learned about all these children cartoons, but you're like, wait a second. Do you understand that every Disney fucking cartoon started off as a horror story? A lot of them. If you go back like fucking Grimm Tales, they were from the Grimm Tales. Fucking, like, I think even Cinderella was a horror story originally. It's like, and then it's like, well, that's not my thing. It's like the first encounter experience. And then like, well, listen, that's what changes. Listen, some people just have slated shit, and you've grown up thinking Santa Claus is life, and that no wonder why you're fucking brain dead and incapable of loving anything outside that painting that you've been educated to love, taught truly loved, but taught. I've published one story in my entire life, and the story I published back when I was in school, in high school, was Mirror to Mirror. It was the ghost of my past. It was Ghost of My Past, staring back at the ghost of my past, where you're coming back from, and like staring, and we're, in a chamber, I'm trying to remember every like certain details of what this was, but I even don't remember every little detail, but I have to recall it. But I know it was like love was taught, where love was taught was part of the words, and you go in there and it's like, well, love is taught, you're educated to like what, and it's just like the ghost of your past. And be like, well, isn't there something else mirror to mirror? Probably. Everything has been made with a title in some way by me, but this story was the story that, about someone who literally is staring at themselves and the creation of themselves. Is what it's about. It's about someone staring, literally analyzing and staring at their very own creation. And, and it's just like, and once you learn, that's why you cross a threshold, and it's like no longer you're asking why. At a certain point, every time you ask why, it would only be damaging, or not even, it just would be stupid, because you already know. But you're just like double checking, right? To make sure you're right. Make sure what you discovered was right. And even though you know it's right. It's like just sitting there and learning, and the ghost of your past, and where love was taught in the past. And watching as you're in the chamber alone in this building that's created alone, and you're also dead, and you're hovering, you're like over your body, walking beside even your deceased body. It has a lot of stories going on inside the same story, and of loss, of discovery, and then not having closure, and then finally having closure through time, finding other ways to get closure. Instead of having closure given to you. Ever think about like the middle school bullshit type lifestyle back in the fucking 90s, early 2000s, where people wouldn't even fucking talk to people back then. They'd just give people letters instead of we didn't text. There were fucking letters everywhere. It would be like writing people, and so it'd be some fucking letter over, and be like, look at the letter, and be like, well, okay, this and this, and then sometimes they wouldn't even fucking ever tell you face to face anything. They just write it to you, and then it's just like, and then from there, what you're reading in their words, it's just, to me, I look at words different, I suppose, than a lot of people, even in English language. I even will feel the words different. I've said for years, when I would ask people back then in the past, like, how do you know what the fuck this person really is saying, or this person's really this person? How do you channel through the words that are being written or text to even identify this individual through this formation? Like, what if I told you what I saw was art? Nothing but art, mostly. For the most part, when I look at words, I look at creation, destruction, what meaning you put into them. Like, in other words, they mean nothing unless you make these words mean something. So going and experiencing this, it's like back then, like fucking the 90s and what I call the middle school kind of era, a bunch of letters through letters instead of text. But if it means nothing, someone will take it and make it what they want it to mean. They run with it. They'll literally run with it into creation. You'll find that at some point, everything is artificial. Everything is art. Everything is power, supernatural influence. Nothing is allowed to be natural. Because you're too busy being supernatural. Too busy being an artist, channeling and creating. And where these emotions come from. When you do feel emotions, you realize, wait a second, they ain't my emotions. If you're feeling emotions that aren't yours, and you're having this sense to be able to feel emotions that aren't yours, like an empath, but you're doing this with fictional characters, let that sink in. And if you do it with fictional characters, you imagine doing it with real people. There's the thing when you start disconnecting, and you go down a certain road, and then you start, if you do start to connect with real people, you'll also start to learn things that you do not want to know about a lot of real people. Like you'll learn things that like, oh shit, that are like, you start learning, well, the world has a bunch of fucking psychopaths living in it. And that democracy will support them as long as they support democracy. You start learning about the influential direction on brains, the limbic system. And then you start, realizing, wait a second, people have these little motives. People just be nice to people. A serial killer is nice to people. Can be. See, it literally starts to really, if we put all meaning, like if we're not nice to people, then we all must be literally horrible. Like, and that becomes the identity. Then a serial killer can hide behind that identity. You are helping the disappearance of people. You're creating a mask. See what I'm saying? Because a whole culture believes in that one thing is everything. Which makes it a psychopath's personal playground. Because they know you're wrong. And they know where you're going wrong. They know how they know how to fuck with you. Which then can say, is the psychopath just is a psychopath in that case more intelligent? Is why they're capable of being able to create disturbances to you, and you're not intelligent enough to combat it or to completely render it meaningless, or to create it into something else. How far? It's a confliction of numbers. At the end of the day, you'll find that the number one enemy and the number one ally in an ever-growing world is numbers, is math. And you'll be like, well, make peace with that. Can you see anything but numbers? So looking at people, all you see is numbers. What number am I? numbering you. Yeah, like I said, everything is fucked. In it's a giant petri dish is what planet Earth is. Full of petri dishes. Some know how to channel better than others. That's when they run and they go and they try to make what they want from certain things. I watch people's, like, well, the heart is why you lose. The heart, you love too much. There's a thing where you can love too much and then pay the consequences for fucking doing the right thing. Because numbers are against you. Errors in time. By errors, I don't mean E-R-A, I mean E-R-R-O-R-S. So it's a bunch of errors. It's like you have no regrets. But you make mistakes, but you have made mistakes, but you have no regrets for the mistakes, but you learn from those things. You then go from there, but how long? What growth do you actually achieve? And what if I told you that growth, and what if you learned that growth was the cause of death? What if immortality could be achieved by stunting? So you have to grow up. That saying, to me, still, it's like, it's like you hear the word apex sometimes, like, well, isn't apex like wearing a goddamn hat? Isn't an apex predator nothing but a hat that you can make or buy at a store? That you can make home? That's what an apex predator is. It's nothing but a hat, right? It's like a cap and a data cap. You hit the data cap, can't go any further because you're locked down. You've grown up. You choke, you die. You finally can't grow any further because you hit your apex. It's the cons of being a predator. Seeing people are like, oh, that's a predator, can't combat the predator. It's like, the predator is nothing but a hat. You could just as much make and destroy, or buy, or sell. That doesn't exist, in other words. Till it does, right? It's activation comes. Find the grizzly bear. Turn the grizzly bear into a predator. Grizzly bear could be prey. Activate them, and then the grizzly bear becomes prey. A fucking grizzly bear. It will work on anything with a brain. If you just know how to speak to it.
Can't lose Connors. Harry's dying, and he's the only one who can help.
We won't. You take the drones, I got the jet skis.
Spider-Man's here.
Cool if I borrow this?
This is really, really exciting.
Keep it tight, man. Watch out for those drones.
Don't worry. They think I'm a friendly.
Spider-Man!
There, take him out.
Y'all having a yacht party without me?
underwater tidal flat. The Spider-Man is fighting on right now!
Help the tour boat! Right! I've got the metal murder bird! I warned you about going after Connors! Now this is on you! Poison clouds, that all you've got?
Almost done here. Civilians are all safe. How you looking?
This gunship won't quit!
I'm right behind you. We'll take it down together.
No time! I got you.
Time to go boom, boys! No! Spider-Man has got defenses! Spider-Man, hang on!
Over there! The one with the tendrils! Move!
Miles! Grab on, let's go! He's right behind you! I know! Whoa! Speed faster! Fly faster! I do not want to be lizard food! Everyone, take cover!
What are you guys doing?
Trying to take out that gunship! Can't get close enough! I can. I'm one of them, remember? Bro, that's it! Pete! Alley-oop on 3? Come on! One, two, three! Alley! Woo!
Giant lizard.
He got away from us.
It's good, Pete. I saved the tracker. Let's go, man, before he gets too far.
No. He's mine.
You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I.
He's not
Darkness.
normally like that, right?
No. He's never like that.
Tracker says Connors is in the Upper West Side sewers. Better move.
Hey, any look at Connor's house?
No, but tracking him right now.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Meaning something.
Miles was off his game. We almost had Lizard.
I'm sure he was just trying to help.
Sometimes it's just easier to do things myself.
Hey, that's not fair, Pete. We're a team.
We just really need Connors right now. For Harry.
Okay. Let me know when you find him.
Chemistry, mixing chemistry. Chemicals of the suit. The venom. Venom and the Spider.
Is it Fashion Week? Spider-Man seems to think so, debuting an all-new black costume. But hear me, if this tiger has changed his stripes, he is still very much a menace. In a heated battle with the Hunters, Spider-Man left Queens in shambles, destroying private property and making his problem everyone else's. This fight escalated, cascaded, and culminated in a chase on the East River with his partner, Spider-Man Jr., joining the fray to create more chaos. Eyewitnesses are indicating they spotted a giant lizard in the river. Let's hope it's not the lizard. That would only prove my point. Rehabilitation is a myth, a fantasy, a joke.
The Empire.
Go away and come out the revolving door. Nothing's changed, except they know what mistakes not to make next time. Call me cynical, but I'd rather be cynical and safe than naive and deceased. It's okay to admit that some people are just bad.
I can get into the sewers up ahead. Harry.
You're alive. I haven't heard from you in a while.
I'm close to finding Dr. Connors. As soon as I stick him with the antidote, this suit's coming right back to you.
Okay. Let me know when you find him.
Lead pipes are messing with the tracker signal. Where is he going? What's a security camera doing all the way down here? The lizard could leave a sewer worse than he found it.
So, Spider-Man and the Ant-Man is part of the plan now, I guess. Still it's not. Keep changing. With the movies and shit. Multitasking. Took the eye out of the multi. Took the tasking away. Or did I? Verbally, perhaps. Molting. Molting into the villain. Parallel watering of the Jackson of Patch Bay. Come on, bro. Hello. Just stay away from the monitor because I don't have an infinite bank account. I mean, if I did, I hate replacing shit constantly. But you're more than welcome to anything else. But the monitor. Costs too much. What's up, kitty cat? Here. Let's run up the heat bill. Shit. Missing. Here. Bon appetit. I'll be right back. BRF. When he's in there, I can't shut it. What's up, brother? He's by himself. How's everything going? You're my #1 fan. Get sick? Eat more? I think not. I think you can wait. Gave you like a handful, probably more than most people should give a cat. Handful of a treat. Plus, I give you food off pretty much almost everything that I have. And what explains you getting bigger? But you're extremely healthy. Unlike Magic, Magic ends up getting shit all over her every now and then. She has a skin condition. Mr. Curious George. Alright, BR. boring. On these groceries. It's my coffee. I know. Bad habit. Why drink coffee? Why live? Why do anything? Alright. Brother George. There you go, Washington. Your tail is in my coffee. Thanks. I eat shit. Why not? Fuck it. Makes me perfect for Hollywood then. Eat someone's goldfish. Live on camera. Indeed. Called public, what is it? Public enemy #1 for eating the goldfish.
He burrowed through to a decommissioned subway line?
What a horrible person.
Is that gas?
I'm a goldfish eater.
I don't think that was an accident. Connors doesn't want to be followed.
You chicken? You sick son of a bitch. Dairy Leaf chicken.
Ripped open a sewer pipe. Must be trying to flood the tunnels behind him.
I mean, you're helping.
Where are you going, Doc?
This rate, put New York City underwater. It took like a week before that actually did that. How long has that thing been in here and all of a sudden it...
Seriously?
Sends a charge. He's been holding his charge in. That has blasted itself.
No way. Oscorp has a lab in the sewers? Norman probably set this place up for Connors back in the day.
Necromancy. Technomancy. Resurrect technology. What about Ultron? Supposedly coming back in Armor Wars. A multiverse of Ultrons. Fit the narrative of AI, right? Why use King when you can have a shitload of Ultrons to represent real-world issues of variants of Ultron?
So many old antidotes. Useless now.
I think it's useless to be adding features like that in the game. Let me pick this up and look at it real closely.
Wonder if this is the same sample Connors used for his original formula.
This is the narrative. Interaction moments.
What the hell did Norman have Connors working on back here? Why was he mapping celestial coordinates?
'Cause what do you...
Simple. Didn't know Connors studied ancient languages.
George. Brother. Yeah. Buddy. What's up? What you going into? What you getting into? Everything? Well, let's like knock over the monitor and pay a fortune for another one. I'm still very thankful for you smashing my TV. That was very kind of you. You're a very smart, intelligent being. You don't need that. Hello? 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 What? Pet you? Constantly? What if I don't want to pet you? What if I'm not interested in petting you? Does that make me an enemy? Does that make me the bad guy? I'm a bad guy because I won't pet you right now. No pettings. You think this is a zoo? Play Spider-Man in New York. The East Coast is overpopulated, let's say. Makes me miss the West, Midwest, Southwest. I know how much you like coffee, but I'd rather not share. I prefer to be greedy. Sing me a song. Dan Skinny. Sweet wonderful how to doctor everything into in doctor. In the doctor. Doctor the indoctored. Indoctor the doctor. Undoctor. To un it. Do you know what it is to un something? To completely un all of existence. To unexist. Ah, the algorithm. All the AI in the world. Inside human brains. No wonder why evil is good. It depends on who you're being evil for. Good at evil. Good at evil. That's how you do the slow-mos.
Bet he had to sleep down here a lot. Cheap ramen and old pizza. Know that brain food scent all too well.
College food. Ramen noodles. 7 days a week. Welcome to college. Alright.
They built a clean room too?
What did you learn in college? Absolutely nothing. Rushmore. Rush Hour. Mount Rushmore. Bunch of presidents weren't very intelligent. A bunch of intelligent people weren't intelligent enough.
Wait. This is our particle accelerator at the Foundation. Connors used it to break down some mineral?
We are Venom.
Was that me? Great. Power's out. Okay, what are we working with here? Nope.
I think they should leave the lizard wandering around in New York City. Let's come across the lizard every now and then. Why defeat him?
Hey, Doc.
When you
Ready for your annual physical?
I got this.
I can't move. My controller go to sleep. Oh, there we go.
We've been through this before, Connors! If you're in there, I could really use your help! Down. Gotta make my move. You're Kurt Connors! A brilliant scientist! You made some mistakes, but it doesn't have to end like this!
That was very bad.
Is this how you want your family to remember you? You can still be with them! Kale's a real problem. Think of your wife, your son! They need you! fight for him!
That was fun.
How is he so big now? That didn't work. I have the antidote! Let me help you! Stop fighting me! This is the only way to get you back! We could have finished this already! Stay still! I saved you before! I'll save you again! I can cure you for good! Just meet me halfway here! Tail too long. Better just avoid it. Gotta ground him! Gotta move when that tail comes out!
Ow. No, what a waste. Come on, asshole. Of course. Wait. Let him go.
Oh, no, you don't. Really not in the mood for the rampaging lizard in New York City thing right now! This is not happening! Stop! You're hurting people! Great. Now the police are involved.
Yeah.
People, stay back! Slow down! It's gonna stink! I got this, officers! You're not helping! Are you kidding me, Connors?
Wow. That was good. That should have like totally smashed him. Spider-Man is covered.
Losing sight of the dock! Everyone stay back! Stay still! Hunters! Really? You asked for this! These damn hunters! I told you to stay away!
Let's not help the train. It's probably
getting real sick of this lizard hunt. I don't have time for this! Hunters! Here it comes! You can't get through his skin! Damn it, the needle's stuck! I am not losing this antidote! Whoa! Oh, crap! What are you gonna do at the top? Fly away? Nowhere to go. Connors! Such a beautiful creature. I got you.
bullet arrow out.
Evolution is so cool. And so gross. Fine. If I have to hurt you, I will. That tail is taking evolution way too far. After all the times I've helped you, I figured you could return the favor for once.
Come on, Homer.
Yes, I can. You're too weak to get control back, aren't you? I'm gonna have to punch you out myself. No wonder your family left you. You're not strong enough.
Come on.
They're scared of you, and you know it. Can't let him stay up there forever.
Ow.
Do this forever. I'm not even doing this for me. Harry needs you. You remember him? He's dying, Doc. I can't lose him. You're the only one who can help him. The suit! And I need your help to give it to him! Almost forgot. He picked up a new trick. Inject the antidote into his gums if I get close enough!
Imagine like a live action badass Ninja Turtles video game where you can jump between characters in Manhattan that's set like this, but with these Ninja Turtles. And all their mutant freaks are running around, including Jason Voorhees. That's excited to take Jason Takes Manhattan. I swear to God, they should have put Ninja Turtles in that movie. I'll watch that movie, I'm like, where the fuck's the turtles?
Where did you get that? Harry Osborn. He said you designed it. Come with me. It's just as I thought.
It's over here.
Whoa, 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 back off! I'm going in for a closer look. It's okay, it's okay.
Fascinating.
Shoot it off!
Do it.
What is that thing? It's a fragment of a meteorite that landed outside the city years ago. It's where we found that. I'm wearing an alien. We call it a symbiote. It bonds at the subcellular level with its host. In our case, Harry Osborn. He gave it to you? Not exactly. I was hurt, and it chose you. Which means it's more dangerous than I could have imagined. We need to call Oscorp. We need to destroy it. Destroy us? You said it chose me, Doc. It makes me a better Spider-Man.
It does. Makes things more interesting. No one flying around.
Eyes on the target. Pursuing.
MJ, I'm glad you called. How you doing?
Good. Storing some more boxes at the house. Just checked on Harry. But how are you? I saw the news about the lizard chase.
I'm great. Connors is cured, the suit's still going strong, and apparently is called a symbiote. Oh, and it's an alien. Which is pretty nuts, right?
Wait, what? You don't sound concerned.
I'm a little concerned, but I also couldn't have stopped Connors without it.
Peter, the two of you tore through half the city. Like, did you see what you did to the museum? I'm honestly surprised nobody got killed.
I'm not. And you know I had to cure him somehow. I mean, should I have just let him keep destroying things on his own?
That's not the... I'm gonna work here for the rest of the night. My muse for a new Jonah-proof article has finally struck. Maybe I'll have something to show you if you come back later.
What's gotten into her? Must be deadline stress. Some alone time should help.
So, in the meantime, let's see who we can help out here.
Like, look around at this, the idea of this. If Insomniac is also planning on doing a different game, I wonder, like, I think Warner Brothers has the rights of, but imagine, like, a game style of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where obviously, instead of being up on top of the roofs all the time, you would start off probably in the sewers and then go up on top of the roof.
Promotion at the fish market, folks, involving
Coming out of the sewers.
I gotta admit, I was really hoping that was one big bad who was firmly in the rear view, but
Shredder.
lucky as ever that our 2 Spider-Men were on site.
That pig dude.
Spider-Man the younger pulled some impressive water.
A bunch of different mutants. I'll just put every villain the Turtles ever faced off.
Am I a broken record yet on this new
in a New York City playground.
The bejesus out of me? Well, fine. I am, and it does. Come at me in the comments.
Then I would make free DLC.
This new black suit thing, whatever it really is, it ain't no good. You can quote
And free DLC
all right, kids.
would be Jason Takes Manhattan in a fucking Ninja Turtles game. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Imagine this set in the 80s. In the 1980s. The same feel of New York City, but in the 80s. With turtle freaks.
Some alone time, but I'm beat.
With labs
Time
and
to head home for a little
mutants,
rest.
and all the characters.
Wonder what she decided for her article.
And just face off against every villain the Turtles have ever faced off against inside their main story.
Forgot to wash the sheets at the house again.
And then make a free DLC expansion, where you play Jason Voorhees. And then it switches over to the Turtles. Like Jason Voorhees Takes Manhattan. 1980s. Have couches out there, people stabbing people on the streets. Fun, fun, fun.
Spider-Man! Power! Grow, Spider-Man! Oh, you're done now!
Weapons won't stop the flame!
Suffer for your actions!
Here comes the burn!
Let me help with that!
Bring embers! Keep fighting! Spider-Man's death belongs to the Hunters! Bring it on!
Make them bleed for that! Thanks for the assist.
as a society, need to have a collective reckoning with the notion of heroes. As I warned, a monster we were told was cured has returned to wreak havoc, and Spider-Man failed to protect us. Once again, Dr. Kurt Connors, the Lizard, rampages through our streets. The good doctor dragged Spider-Man around town in one of the most pathetic displays of heroism I've ever witnessed. Was it heroic to destroy priceless artifacts in the museum? Was it heroic to demolish city blocks, damaging infrastructure, and costing taxpayers millions? What about the dozens of law enforcement officers injured trying to solve a problem Spider-Man created? Of course, he wasn't alone in this panoply of powerlessness. The hunters continue to run roughshod, unchecked and unheeded. The level of devastation brought upon the denizens of this fair city is too much to bear. We've had enough! When will our elected officials step up and do their jobs? We can't keep waiting! By then, it will be too late.
TikTok. Yep, I hear you, Hunter Spy. 1 second. I'm going through shit. A lot of weird things online. It's a drug. Gather all the supernatural stuff. Maybe make it natural one day. Something. Who knows? Content. Unlikely, but possible. Not impossible, but highly unlikely. More projects. Oh, pass on hot. What is it? What do they call that shit? Hot potato. Create an idea. Here you go. Run with it. Then it's no longer yours. Someone else runs with it and makes it. That's usually how it is. Beetlejuice 2, for example, or fucking, you know, that's the most recent one, I think, that they're running with. Michael Keaton, but the death flight, you know, and all that shit. Maybe be a pusher of someone else's content. Just looking at Rebel Moon as well. A bunch of movies mostly. See Rebel Moon, plantation farming on a moon. A little bit. It sounds a little bit tedious. Rebel Moon does. Like when there's a bunch of worlds. But if they build onto the culture, don't get me wrong, Zach, he's not a bad movie maker. He does have a history of making things and not finishing them, though. That's the thing I would say that Zach needs to get better at. Is finishing. If he starts a universe, finish it. What's up, buddy? A bunch of middle chapters. Door service for the cats. Mostly George. He's obsessed with coming in here to harass me. Plus, he gets a lot more food than the other cats, so that's probably why. Let's go see what Brandon's doing. He'll give me some food and shit. Some snacks. Then I can be like, fuck you, I'm off. Thank you. I got what I wanted, I'm out. Alright. Welcome to the cat's world. Got what they wanted, now they're out. Ain't all cats like that? Or is that prejudice to say all cats are like that? Sounds like that's what prejudice pretty much is. A lot of rounding, assumptions that just happen to piss people off instead. If people find it offensive. I used to find my birth name offensive. For real. I used to be like, why the fuck do I want to be identified as that? Why do I want to be a brand on a shelf? I used to think of stupid shit like that. Be really offended. It's so dumb. It's words. No words mean anything in the end. You'll find that you could write fucking novels and they'll mean nothing. People put it to goddamn dollar to insert value in it. So at this point in my life, Brandon ain't selling no damn books. Modern won't sell books either. Need a different pen name. Sell books through stores. If I'm selling anything, need a pen name. I do have my own content. I mean, an imagination is not what I lack. In fact, on the contrary, it never fucking shuts up inside me. It's my communication skills that I can lack. I've been told I don't work well with others, but that's not true though. They were inaccurate with that. I work well with the right people. That's the correction. And everything else, I'm just kind of like just present in the background when I'm a part of groups. I remember gym class and different schools. They were all different. Every single gym class and every single school was different in how they did things. Believe it or not, all comes down to people. Bad class, mostly outnumbered, your numbers are against you, and you gotta work with those numbers that are against you, the cards that are dealt. But I'll tell you, it's not really a motivation to be working with people you don't really enjoy being present with. It kind of makes it so it kind of defeats the whole purpose of doing anything with if you're part of that community that you don't belong in. It's like the black sheep is best by themselves. Isolation is better than a group of people that are against you. Bring out the best in you, some can say, in competition. Bring out the worst. But the truth is, it'll ultimately accomplish nothing. Too busy competing. It's like a giant ring of insanity. You don't go anywhere. Nobody goes anywhere in the ring of insanity. The illusion. They think they're going somewhere. There's a gambit tournament of a goddamn selection. Everybody in that circle is nothing but somebody else's choice. They don't really have a choice. They're all insane. What choice do they have? They're too busy being insane. Someone else comes in and makes a choice factor, decides whether they're worthy or not. You gotta get the fuck out of the circle. That's the problem with people a lot of times. And it's not easy to get the fuck out of the circle. That halo is death. I mean, that halo is survival at best. And luck of the card is goddamn Shamrock being in the goddamn insane circle. What circle ever brought prosperity? But the illusion of it. You can get the illusion of prosperity from insanity, depending on the leadership and the art direction. Also known as a 343, the halo effect. Geometric sculptures on people's brains. It's like what you have a taste of something. You'll be haunted by it for the rest of your life. If you don't have it. Well, like knowledge. It's like, are you sure you really want to know? It's a necessity. But by the time you learn about everything. Welcome to LA. Why they call it the land of fallen angels? Because no angel ever rises in Los Angeles without becoming demonic at some point, or being strung by someone else who's demonic. Demons. But the thing about demons, though, is that just as much as they're wielded as for power usage, and those who say banish the demons, well, if you have no demons, you have no strings. You have no way to be manipulated. You become immune. The less you have, the more unfazed, the more you won't feel, or the more in control you can be and in tuned. I mean, being human is demonic in itself. The sin of being a human is simply, the rogue emotions, the dilation, to give in to a god. As I read the Bible, don't you see yourself in a Bible? So we don't see in a Bible You know what I see in every Bible? Translators speaking for someone or something else. They all share something in common usually. And that is that they're all preachers, channelers. They don't speak for themselves. They speak for a cause or for something else entirely. They transfer, like, you know, was a modern nation must be bigger than the person or itself. You create something sometimes bigger than yourself, and then you ask yourself, is that cult or religion worthy? Is it truly worth it investing in? Was it time itself and the currency? It truly brings a combination of confrontation as well. It's like, what the hell is time? To wither away and beat at the cells. Define everything. If people only enjoy things by not knowing them, the more you know, the less you enjoy, right? Not entirely accurate. The more in control you can become of what you feel and know, the more independent you can become. See, independence, you can be stranded on a damn island all by yourself, or you can be stranded on an island full of other people that are also independent as well. What happens when everybody's independent? What creates networking? It's not independency that creates networking. It's quite the opposite. It's more like a slave of programming that creates networking. Infiltrating into minds to create music is what I've been calling it for many years. Harmony, right? Or at least the illusion of harmony in the trade, where one person might prosper over the next, or in a lot of cases, the secret prosperity. A lot of times, some people are so dependent on someone else and they use that power. The other person on the other hand, and that's what creates the purpose of the bond. And then you realize that even love itself, in a lot of cases, isn't real. It's all manufactured, artificial, chemical, creating dependency until one person finally caves in. One person's in love and the other person's conquering love. There ain't no equality in that type of love, in that type of creation. So the takeaway, see what the cons of conditions is. If you can't do something yourself, your job might force you right into conditional love. Next second you know, you're making nothing but conditional love. You're unconditional, the illusion of unconditional. You forget that it's not really unconditional. That everything that you are and been around is absolutely conditional. I mean, what the hell is it to be in the entertainment industry in the beginning, first place, to make a living off of art? There ain't nothing unconditional about art. Art is, and always will be, conditional love. And those who forget that it isn't, it's like a programming. Some people don't get married. Why marriage doesn't last. Marriage itself has conditions. Religions, growth. Some people believe in the culture to grow together. In culture, you're hard to find harmony. But you'll find that every single thing in the world is sound. It ain't the graphical appearance of something either. You find that there is The Shining, there's telepathic abilities, there's communication.
The Shining is set in Colorado in the 1970s. This is from Britannica?
See? It's not what you say. It's what you say inside what you say. And the sound waves, the frequencies, the tone. That's how AI is broken, how AI isn't. It's how I had the Kinect working when everyone else couldn't get the Kinect working. You know how many people I was around that didn't know how to use the Kinect? Would scream at the Kinect? And I wouldn't have any issues with the Kinect when I was by myself. That was part of the key feature, though. To be quite honest, to stay honest, is that the Kinect required complete solitary to get it to work functionally. 100 without any errors. Unless you infiltrated other people's brain cells. Or my personal favorite is leave the 360 Kinect up. Because I like the 360 Kinect way better than the Xbox One Kinect. I like what they did with it. I could just leave it at the dashboard and watch dead people come into the bottom right of my screen. People are like, oh, look at this. I didn't pull nothing up. I simply sat at the dashboard and left it running. That's it. That's all I did. And dead people came to it. Something like that. So you can't conjure what isn't there, right? Have you ever opened portals? Have you ever created portals? Have you ever destroyed them? You know, think about it like Inside Out. If you destroy a portal, you're only sending it back where it came from, all the ingredients. You're not truly ever destroying anything from ceasing from existence. Truth is, everything truly is nothing and everything, simultaneously, all at once. It's just channeling. Demons, though, on the other hand, they could be a real pain in the ass, or extremely helpful, and get the world to hate you, because you thrive off others having demons. Your business wouldn't be successful without victims, without the clueless, without the naive buying into it. What's more intelligent in life? What is the most intelligent thing you can ever do in life? Is it to conquer the world? Or is it how you conquer the world? Do you share? You know, you could take a source, or you make a source, right? Let's take a source instead of make a source. For a moment here, take a source. Life is Strange be the source. Do we let the town die and save Chloe? Or do we let Chloe die and save the town? Put it into the situation, right? You want to know my choice? I let the town die, and I save Chloe every fucking time. Fuck the town. Tell you how much in the prosperity ring would the town ever do? Giant mess anyway. Be doing some of them a favor. Plus, we'd lower the numbers of the population. It wouldn't be our fault. It would be the storm's fault. And I'd get to stay in love and be in love for the rest of my life and not lose the person I love the most, right? Assuming that I was Max. change things up, obviously. Max and Chloe would survive. Everyone else would die. It's like, why would I give up this symbiote suit? Everyone's like telling me to give up the symbiote suit. Like everybody's telling Peter Parker to give up the symbiote suit just because he's a little bit more moodier. So what if he's a little bit more moodier? It gives him a little bit of an edge. Makes him more interesting. Plus, it makes him more powerful. I wouldn't give up the symbiote. I wouldn't kill the symbiote. I would learn how to rule the symbiote. That'd be stupid to destroy and kill the symbiote. You know, some people are like talking about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, though, serve no purpose in society or anything in growth, though. That's the difference. A dinosaur, though, could. Yeah, like a few dinosaurs. But having dinosaurs run unchecked, fucking Jurassic Park, it's just fucking stupid in real life. It's a disaster ready to be made. It's ever going to spiral out of control. Like, realistically, people would lose control of the dinosaurs in numbers. They wouldn't if there was less numbers of dinosaurs. If they brought the dinosaurs back and kept them from reproducing, you'd have to force them not to have babies. Make it so that you are the maker of dinosaurs and that the dinosaurs are not the maker of dinosaurs. See? So the human will always be the enemy. Will always be the god over dinosaurs. Because if you don't, then you're going to have a war. Humans versus dinosaurs. There'll be a lot of guns, a lot of bombs, a lot of robots involved, I'm assuming. Mechs. People would probably advance technology to fight back against dinosaurs because they let it spiral out of control. DNA extraction and mutation levels all say that it's very real. You could actually, truly bring back dinosaurs. It ain't stupid. Unless you let it become stupid. But I don't see any fucking prosperity over dinosaurs. Though in the end, unless we're splicing the genes and integrating them into human DNA, dinosaur DNA with human DNA, and to make and improve humanity, on the other hand, or humans, to create a genetically enhanced reptilian human. So that is interesting. Now that I would be for. Genetically enhanced reptilian factor. It makes me stronger and better. The problem with like Western medicine is that it doesn't help anyone. It just enables everyone into dependency. No drug on this planet Earth that they provide will ever create prosperity in the Western, especially in the Western medicines. It just makes people more dependent on their drugs, their medicine. And you see, it does the complete opposite. It makes them less alive. Killing brain cells. Just like making people dependent on anything. You know, people want people obsessed over things with their heads deep into something. What is obsession? Or, you know, you're gonna say it's better to be obsessed than to be a dimwit. Right? It's better to be a prisoner to an idea or a construction Then, perhaps. Not really. See, I'm not really in the favor of either of those things. Superhumans. Everybody's out to conquer. Let be, let go. Say, talking on goddamn text. There's always mind games, always. There's always intellectual superiority. Because if you're not, someone else in the chat will be. Lessen your intelligence for 1 second. Well, for 1 minute. For 60 seconds. And someone will already have stole and took over the democracy. And won over the numbers of the people. That's why I don't talk in Twitch. It's always stupid to talk in Twitch chat. Doesn't how to get nothing from it. I prosper nothing out of anybody's Twitch chat. No matter who it is, including my own. I get nothing from it. Nothing good, at least, from it. So I'll talk with a group, a bunch of people. Everybody writing the narrative of everything. People taking advice from the worst possible people on planet Earth. Whereas people like talk about fucking romance, dating, then asking other people for advice over dating is, especially in this day and age, is always fucking stupid. I wouldn't ask anybody for their opinion for that shit. If I did, it would just be utterly just a stupidity thing. Say in New York. I've never dated in New York, and I never will. I mean, New York City. New York City's a giant festival of parasites mixed in with antibodies and a chemistry bowl. Mostly, it's a place where you go to sell shit. And a place to make love. It's a place to sell shit. It's a marketing place. New York City is nothing but a stage. You only go there to make noise. That's it. Contrary, I'd much rather live out in fucking middle of nowhere. Or better yet, I'd rather live in my own personal spaceship. And leave Earth entirely to its fate. And you start helping people, then you'll end up helping the wrong person. And then people will get a hold of spaceships that shouldn't have a hold of spaceships. And then next second you have real life fucking Star Wars. The whole point is to prevent that shit from ever happening. I hate Star Wars. I know too much about Star Wars. Giant, incoherent mess. Star Trek makes more sense. Star Trek is far more superior than Star Wars. In a lot of ways. Makes more sense. Has more realism. But trust me, that too is flawed. but it's not a perfect, but it's less flawed scientifically and intelligent-wise. It's more realistic, but not to be mistaken as being realistic. Has a superiority of 100% of a house of 100. It sure hell isn't. I'd give it perhaps a 77% realism out of a house of 100. And Star Wars a 43, perhaps. The only thing it really has going for it is the Force. The logic of the Force is the most realist thing about Star Wars. It's the Force. Every time they use the lightsabers, they're always incorrect. The science behind them is accurate and accurate. Make a Star Wars movie. If I were to make a Star Wars movie, sure in hell would not. I'm not touching their mess. I'm rebooting this shit. No Skywalkers. I'm making the first Jedi before lightsabers were made. When the Jedi didn't use lightsabers. And then they went into lightsabers. And obviously the Dark Jedi and then the Exiles, which are basically the same thing as the Dark Jedi. It's more like a time period. The Dark Jedi. The Exiles takes place in 1,000 years of darkness. Within a giant cycle of civil war, basically. Magenta Paul. Believe it or not, the Jedi created the Empire, what they call Rogue Jedi. The Dark Jedi, or the Exiles, created the very first Empire that would eventually become the First Republic. Because they would seek there and then blind everything, and that's why they hid all those books, they hid all the knowledge. What on that one world, a lot of the knowledge, and then you watch as the knowledge gets burned up. Every time I look at Star Wars, I keep thinking of fucking someone playing puppets. The Star Wars movies that they made. Like people's hands up puppets' asses. Sticks. With an animation. CGI disaster. The best Star Wars movie ever made is Rogue One. Actually, it's the only good Star Wars movie ever made. It's Rogue One. Like, it's the best by a long shot. A New Hope was good until I learned it wasn't. When I started to tear it apart, and I learned that it wasn't filmed 100% accurately. They made a lot of issues and a lot of errors. Even in the first film. People that are praised in Hollywood, and they're full of errors, show you that when it comes to storytelling, that imperfection, people, it creates a diversity, it splits the fan base in perfection. Between those who want it perfect and those who do not. And just say it can never be perfect. That is a load of horseshit. The real thing is how do you infiltrate it? Is the question. Dethrone infiltration. Right? Take over Hollywood and make it yours. Or better yet, create a better entertainment industry that leaves Hollywood as the imperfect one, or the illusion. See, all the perfection is behind the scenes. of what they're truly up to. Right beyond. You ever go to a bar and see someone handcuffed to a fucking table? Because I have in Hollywood. I've seen a lot of things. A lot of nightmarish things. Cops are just showbiz 90% of the time. Responds. Groups handle their own shit in LA. A lot of LAers don't even like to call the cops that handle their own shit. They have the power of mafia cartels and groups in Los Angeles. So when you come in fucking stupid, Manhattan is an ever-changing stage. That's what I see when I see New York City. I see a stage with a giant spotlight on it. And then upstate New York is just like in the background in the woods to most people, if it even exists on their radar. We're all in the woods in upstate. The creepiest state I've ever been in, the most paranormal state I've ever been in, Connecticut by a long shot. Every time I go to Connecticut, I'm hearing disembodied voices, which is fucking annoying. Constantly. Mind games. Connecticut, a lot of area landscape in Connecticut has like tricksters all over in Connecticut. I mean, for God's sakes, what's that one? Was it Dark Entry Forest is in Connecticut? And that is actually exactly what I've experienced in other places in Connecticut. It's an entity designed to mess with your brain or your perception on things. The connection, hence Connecticut. There's a presence there in a lot of the areas. It ain't just in Black Entry Forest. The only reason why they block off Black Entry Forest is because there's just a spotlight on it, that's why. And it scares the living hell out of the government, or even people that are involved, because it sheds light on supernatural things that they cannot put to sleep, that they're powerless against the Black Entry Forest. Shows you how weak they are. People can go to the Black Entry Forest unfazed. Little do they know. So you can enter the Black Entry Forest unfazed. Many people have. It's time. It's like Twilight Zone. It's time. It's how much time you can handle inside the Black Entry Forest. That's the trick. Sure, you can go in there and be unfazed. But for how long? Before it starts to phase you. It's like the saying, sure, you can go to hell. But can you come back? And how long can you go in hell before hell rules you? Can you rule hell? The multi-layers of hell? You think there's one hell, you're gonna have a rude awakening. They're gonna have a terrifying awakening, more likely. For most people, they think they're like, oh, and after this hell, there's another hell. Yep. Welcome to humanity. Humanity's full of hell. Demons. It's a multi-layered dimensional sequence. Whether it conquers you or you conquer it. That's what hell is. Is conquering something just for survival or prosperity. Conquering toxicity. And even finding beneficial factors from toxicity, poison. In other words, hell is allowed or it's ruled, measured better, conquered, as in turn it into heaven. You ever hear the saying, well, I wrote this a long time ago, one's heaven is another's hell, one's hell is another's heaven. You ever hear that saying? When you flip the saying on its head to realize no matter which way you look at it, one's heaven is another's hell, and one's hell is another's heaven. It's divinity. The diversity, you know, it's diversity and division. Mathematically, it is division that is now multiplied and turned into geometry to capture it. It is turned into geometry to capture it and to imprison it to a structure that is rulable, containable, like putting a soul in a gem, or trapping a soul, or trapping a spirit in a placing where you know your only cure is in a substance, because you have made it that way, you've allowed it to be made that way. It's not easy. Until it is. You see, easy is.
Okay, I found this on the web for Easy Is. Check it out.
It's boring. This is what easy is. Can be. But what is hard? Difficulties. Well, I dive into alteration. What's harder, playing something on hard, or actually fighting yourself from, fighting the substance from taking you over, to losing yourselves to the substance, to the elements. I am and have always been a spell worker. I know how to invent, reinvent, and destroy words. It's easy to me to take a language and flip it on its creators and investors. Too easy, the skill set. Some can say it's just natural to be. A virus. It's easier to be a virus. You most think viruses are bad. Depends on how they're used, deployed. Bad, really, in the end, you'll learn isn't even morality. It's the consumption, the construction of mindsets and what they think as a superior group of the numbers of who you're doing something for and why you're doing it. Just for example, you can be a murderer as long as you're doing it for the good guys, which makes you a good guy, right? Until you're outnumbered. And then the good guy can become the bad guy. But in that case, turning those good guys into bad guys would have a massive effect that could change the world for the better. But turning those murderers that were deemed good into bad, even if they were doing it because their government told them to. I say I've never physically watched Mission Impossible 3 all the way through. I've watched them all on a screen. Started MI3. But the moment they killed his girlfriend and turned him into a slug, gave him a new one to move on, was the moment I knew I was bored. This person was weak. Just move on. This person wasn't a people person. I'd never move on. I would move on, but differently, I suppose. So much for love. It's more of a medicine. It becomes what happens when you no longer need the cure. You move on. You break up. So much for love. Thank you for your time. Call Square. Transformed into a vinegar. How to turn squared. All these polygons. Can you see these polygons? What type of vision do you have? Can you let that vision go? Why can't you see what I see? This is overkill. What is chemistry?
That's the story I was telling you about. I wanted to get your thoughts.
Looks amazing, MJ. Can't wait to read it.
Wait, you're still in the suit. I thought Connors was gonna help you get it off. What about Harry?
Sorry, can we do this tomorrow? Just so beat from Lizard Wrangling.
That many guns.
Copy that.
Can't go out the windows. Downstairs is my only shot. Where are you, Peter?
H2 report. What's the status?
Looks like it's not just the spider living here.
We've got a hunter down!
If they've got the front and back covered, maybe I can go through the basement. Please don't squeak. Thank you. Pete's workbench.
Go through that wall.
Web shooters. Perfect.
Boy! Freeze!
Send in a secondary team. Full sweep of the house.
They'll be down here any second. Have to get out. It's him! Peter? Have to get past these hunters to find Pete.
You went down the next street over!
H3, secure your area in case he doubles back.
Scoping it out.
If I don't find Pete before they do.
Anyone gets curious, put them down. Craven wants the spider tonight. Nothing gets in the way.
Pete headed toward the next street over. Maybe I can cut through.
Who took out H2?
Unclear. Just stick to your areas. If we find anything in the house, I'll tell you.
Copy. Who's there?
Hey! The hell's going on out there? Don't tell me to shoot!
Get inside. Stay quiet.
He's heading for the construction area!
Pete's up ahead in that new construction.
He's changing. I think we'll need more.
Listen up. The spider's not alone. That damn woman from the zoo is helping him.
Stand by.
Everyone is after the spider has been caught.
Things go wrong, the more excited I am. Everything's unexpected now. Unplanned. Wild. The real hunt. I've waited so long for this.
This is H10. Checking construction area now. First house clear. Checking second house. Second house clear. Checking third house.
I think Pete went this way.
Maybe we should just go loud and wake everyone up here. Really flush the spider out.
It would be madness.
But fun. We're losing time anyway. The spider will keep moving.
He can't. Checking on that.
Hang on. I'm checking. Tracking the source. No need for further action.
Oh, Pete's still behind there.
Move it! Everyone else, stick to your post!
How do I get to that house?
My hunters. You have been stalked by that woman this whole night as you tracked the spider. When you find him, she will be nearby. Bring them both to me.
Muss ich mir eingebildet haben.
What the? I heard something.
Bunch of idiots.
Yeah, but make sure we always have eyes on them.
Hunter down over here.
Was gehört.
Where did he go? The window. Peter, I need you to come. Miles!
Look up!
Go after him!
Sorry I'm late. The hell's going on with Pete?
He's not himself. I think it has something to do with that suit. It's called a symbiote, and it's an alien.
What? Like he's wearing an alien?
Just help him, Miles. Please.
I'm on it, MJ. I'm on it. Spider-Man! It's me! He just threw a manhole cover at me!
Are you sure it was at you?
Pretty sure! He stopped outside the Queensboro tunnel. There are hunters everywhere!
I'm heading over there now. Don't let the hunters chase him away again.
You got it!
I have the shot! Shifting position!
Tunnel! He's in the tunnel!
Spider-Man, stop! What's going on? Talk to me! Thought he was just being weird before, but this is way different. It's like he's not even there. Stay upright! Come on, snap out of it! How am I gonna finish my college essay without my favorite tutor?
Let's switch things up!
I'm almost there, Miles. How's Peter?
Angry, and not listening to anything I say.
We might have to try something else then.
I'm open to suggestions.
Target acquired!
Miles, I need you to seal me and Pete in the tunnel.
What?
If I can just talk to him alone, I know I can snap him out of this.
MJ, I don't know if that's the best...
Now, Miles!
man! MJ, are you okay?
Yeah. But I don't see Pete. Hang on. Wait! I just want to talk. I don't want to hurt you. Where are you going? Stop! You're gonna flood the tunnel! Stupid. Pete? I know you're still in there, Peter. You have to be.
Any updates, MJ? How's everything going in there?
I found Peter, but he's asleep.
Is that good?
I don't... I'm gonna try to wake him. Can you hold off the hunters for a little while longer?
I'll try. You know, we're making a lot of noise. Police will be here soon.
That fear, little spider.
Just giving y'all a heads up, you're gonna have an audience when you lose in a minute.
Let them fly!
Target's inside.
MJ, Pete wake up yet?
Miles? Yay! I'm waking up. Need more time.
MJ! Okay, gotta get in there soon. After I finish with these guys.
You won't survive the next one. Spider-Man!
Oh no.
The crane won't respond!
Possible. You're welcome.
Open it!
Pete, wake up. Wake up! This might sting a little.
MJ.
I wasn't trying to hurt you! Don't look! That's enough! There! That's my exit!
Hope you managed better than I did, Miles.
We searched the whole tunnel. He is gone.
For now. But he will come to me soon enough. How did I end up sleeping on a park bench? And why does it feel like I had the best sleep of my life? Weird dreams, though.
Sound like a New Yorker.
Harry left another message.
Pete, I really need that suit back. Dad's working on a new cure, but I don't know. Bring it back. Please.
I wonder if Harry really needs the suit. I mean, if I keep it, the city's a better place. Everyone benefits. Everybody wins when Spider-Man's at his best, right? And Norman's a smart guy. I'm sure he'll figure out a different cure for Harry.
But I definitely heard.
What's the big deal?
Wait, that's so
Well, last time I shared something with you.
Don't know what to do now.
I said what I said.
Come on, that's not true.
Hugo Web alert! New article from MJ! Wait, she published before I could read it? MJ, what are you doing? Hey, buddy. How you feeling?
I need that suit back.
Pete. What do you remember about last night?
I just remember feeling tired.
Come on, bud.
You're not yourself. That suit is changing you.
This suit is the only reason I'm still alive.
Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it?
Why don't you pop some more pills and say what you're really feeling?
Hey, don't.
I'm busting my ass out there trying to save you, and this is what I get?
I said don't.
Hey, brother.
I saw your story.
I tried to tell you about that.
Yeah, but you didn't, did you?
I can't lose this job,
Your
Pete.
job is to write the truth.
I did.
Please. I'm the hero here, not you.
Hey.
Oh. How was your visit with Harry?
Don't worry, Harry's gonna get better.
You're fine.
Thank you for being his friend. Watching you two grow up together. You're like a son to me. I am so proud of the man you've become.
Thanks, Mr. Osborn. I gotta run.
Are you okay?
Go. Please.
Harry.
I said to leave!
From Goblin under the bridge, the toll.
A lot of work to do. And as usual, looks like I gotta do it myself.
Peter, where is Miles? He didn't come home last night, and he's not answering my calls. Hello? I'm at my office. Tell him to come see me. Now.
Why can't anyone take care of themselves? It's always up to me.
Ah, shit me a river of doom. The hell is that noise? Sounds like someone taking a piss. I know a great sound we can add into the video game. Film.
Hey, Danny Cokes, did anyone happen to lose a 60-foot lizard? No? Because the city of New York just did. Seriously, it's just gone. And you want to know the spooky thing? 2 people went into that sewer, the lizard and Spider-Man, but only 1 came out. So what happened in there? What did Spider-Man do? Folks, look, I know I sound like he who must not be named, Jonah. And believe me, I feel just as hinky about that as you do, but we trust Spider-Man to look out for us, to do it the right way. What if he starts doing it the wrong way? What then? I'm sorry to get dark, folks, but those are the times. So let's all hope whatever journey Spider-Man is on, he finds his way back to the light.
One light, light sight. The god of light. inside your mind, inside your limbic system to be precise. Photons in your neurons shooting up electric surges. And everyone associates the light with good, or associates the darkness with the bad. But neither is good and neither is bad. It's all in how you use it. What you use it for, because even light can be evil. But everybody loves light, right? Supposedly. You'll find that it will be an edgy blade to a larger number than you expect. Light is very sharp. Very stabby, full of cutlery. Bathroom sounds included.
No, I'm sure he's fine. But give me a call if you see him. Thanks, Tim. Miles! I've been calling you. For hours. Nothing. You know Miles has been hunting Lee.
I'll find him.
I'm calling the hospital.
I said I'd find him. I've got this under control.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. Not school, not his friends. How to help you. Go help him.
How did I get here?
Rain warren. Full of wine.
This place has tight security. That didn't work. Maybe one of the others will. One down. Just need to block the rest of them. There. That cleared a small path.
Hello?
Are these all prisoners?
Beer. Whatever. BRW. So to be one with pain, to make better pain. Hello, George. Hello. Run. Life. Yes, poison. Let's die together. Here. Enjoy. Ah, look what you did. Now that belongs to you. Here. Enjoy the spoon. Full of ice cream. Sean. Okay. You can eat that? Alrighty, right there. Look. Bon appetit. That's all he wants. Yeah. Smarter than that. Right there. You're supposed to be the smartest cat in the house. Yeah. You're making me drop more spoons. This ice cream pushes out spoons. Jesus Christ. Don't be stupid. You're smarter than that. Look. Right there. You're the smartest cat in the house. Speak the best English. Know how to open doors. Most of them. Curious George. What's the point of being curious if you're learning nothing? So you're gonna leak data. You're gonna be a hacker. At least learn something. Do you know what? Do it for the greater good. Maybe the government will hire you. A governmental job. figure it out. It's a puzzle. You can open that, and you can have an all-you-can-eat buffet. You earned it. That's a smart cat. Good job. Oh, independence. Oh, you fucker.
Who was that guy who knocked me out? And what about Pete and MJ?
Another puzzle awaits. What's the point of these rooms? To show you what you get. American Jills are better than this. This shit looks like real hell. Wonder what the food like is here. Coldest. Not the smartest bulbs in the bunch. You know, people really seem to hate being proven wrong, proven less intelligent. Especially those power-hungry son of a bitches that really love their power. You know a trick? How to turn them? Go for their heart. Go for what they love. Make them happy while they're losing. Make them okay with loss. Make them okay with being wrong. I hear a tiger.
You're right. The smallest are the swiftest.
Okay. Oscorp tech. What do they need that for?
Goblin stuff.
What? Why would Kraven lock me up in here?
Entertainment purposes. Clearly sees everything. Or some boots. God, this is kind of boring right now. Right there. Just getting there. Play some RPGs. There is way too many RPGs for me to be playing RPGs. Play a RPG. Pick the RPG. And always realize that Barnes & Nobles is, full of great content. Even a book away that is even better than the one that you chose to invest in. The problem isn't the lack of good content. The problem is that there's too much. But it's not good enough. Good, but not good. Good enough. I would be a satisfied gamer that would never buy a game in their life because they'd be too busy playing one game for the rest of their life. The most satisfied gamer in the world is the one that invests in only one and finds that one game is enough. Move on to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. With time, who has time to do that with MMOs or RPGs? Like, holy shit. These games are long enough to be moving on from one to the next. As PlayStation has identified me as a thrill seeker. I play games only for the thrill, according to PlayStation. I'm a thrill seeker. No thrill. No game. If we're gonna fight, then it's gonna be really fun. Love to fight. Fight to love. What's love? Baby, don't fight me. Chemistry. Empower the brain cells. Wisdom's vantage point. Hell. All you can eat buffet. Really ain't appetizing, isn't? No fruit be better than the most sacred fruit of them all. The most superior fruit. The fruit that makes you need no other fruit but just that one. that will forever quench your appetite. The ultimate, the almighty fruit. The superior fruit. Are you gonna throw up? Are you the master of your gut? To throw up on command? To purposefully throw up? That's gross. It's grossing a large income. What do I know? I'm the black sheep. I'm the solo. Not two, not three, but one. The bringer of photons. No wonder why you're so dependent. You got yourself a devil. Dog gotta eat, cat gotta eat. From the devil's hand.
Ganke, I need you, man.
In the end of song. One thing with the soul. There ain't no love in New York. Never born in New York. From the city, the lands of the fallen angels. I hear her soul screaming out for me. Miss Los Angeles, whoever may you be, I remember when you were a kitten. In a barn abandoned. You were born in that barn. You would come over for milk every day. You'd come to the porch. You'd cross the road. You were a brave kitten. When there were psychopaths who were constantly going across that road. You were the only one out of all the group's kittens that came over.
was the most superior, the most strongest, the most smartest, and the bravest. Hence the name Curious. Curious George. Mr. George. A lot of those cats are probably dead by now, or have got a psychopathic owner. Welcome to New York. Lots of cats begging for homes. You didn't beg. You simply outsmarted them all. You sought and asked questions. You wouldn't let anything stop you from asking those questions. And you pursued the knowledge. Which makes George the smartest cat here. Magic was chosen. George chose himself. And Pepper. Well, Pepper was just taken from another family. A family that died. Was divided from another cat, actually. His ingredients taken from a dead owner. And didn't even take the other cat. The one that Pepper used to curl up with and sleep with. Walked right into their house. Tore them apart. I would have took them both. But I wasn't the one who took Pepper. Pepper is by far the most tragic and saddest. The ingredients. It took her a while. Because George here was a bully. Weren't you, George? You were curious, but you were also a bully. And then now Pepper is all about sinks, mostly. Loves to jump into the sinks. The only cat in here that isn't afraid of water, or likes water, even George here, doesn't like water. And he's a smart one. But yet he's still really don't like that water, do you, George? Don't understand why, right? If you're asked the question why you don't like water, the only one that harasses me constantly whenever I'm around. Right, George? Whenever I'm here, you're always like, oh, where's Brandon? I gotta go to him. Magic does too, but you scare Magic away. Make Magic go back to her territorial ways. She can't own a lap. own a person with no other cat. Then she's off doing her own thing. Once we left alone. Here. This is why I feed Magic more canned food when I'm around, because George will eat all the human food. I wouldn't really call this human food. I mean, I would call this more like a poison. I mean, ice cream ain't healthy. It's more of a abuse factor. Dishwasher. That's it. I'm putting it away. B-R-E. That's because it's illegal. Where I come from, it's illegal to make music, right? Mr. Footloose. Here. Ah, muscles be torn. It's been a while since I've done that. Holy ice.
What is this? Poison?
You're fine.
I have to
No.
get out of here. Those generators look like they power the fans. Better, but still not good. Need to power up the others. There we go. One more.
That door. Looks like the only way out.
You guys no way out of here?
You will never leave this place.
It's starting to feel that way. What's with all the traps anyway?
Testing your worth, little spider.
Your boss is really pulling out all the stops, huh?
He always does. Now, show us what you're capable of.
Can't let him hit me. That's all of them. There has to be a way out of here.
It sounded like they were waiting for me.
You gotta be smarter than that. You'll lose. The only person who's stopping you is yourself, George. Welcome to the hell. Take it if you take it. But I know you can't. Not that smart. Dance. Don't think. Just die. Die with it. Animal abuse. You're sitting here torturing yourself. Do you think I fed you enough? This is my supper. And lunch. Always eat dessert first. As you never know, you might die. You might have a trade center. A trade drop on your fucking head when you're not paying attention. And sent into another plane of existence. I agree. Dessert always comes first. Unless you're role-playing inside of someone else's system. Sometimes you gotta eat shit. If you get yourself in the shit. Sometimes you gotta eat shit. If you're in the shit. Now, if you're not in the shit, then that's just a you problem. You decide. I watched Dodgeball. The guy says, is it necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? No. But it's sterile. And it tastes good. Dodge a wrench. Or dodge a traffic. Dodge a ball. Me and my sisters, back in the day, memorized every line of that movie. And I still remember lines because we obsessed over that movie. Dodgeball. We used to reenact scenes in Dodgeball. I didn't have any real brothers. Fake brothers I had. Step brothers that weren't even real brothers. I tried to make them my brothers, but they all betrayed me in the end. My sisters. All I had was my sisters. And now we're all grown up. And we rarely see each other. Once in a blue moon. For the holidays. That's it, usually. Christmas. Sometimes not even that. When 17 is the age that you're starting out late, considered late in your where schools I've gone to, plural, before I was 17. Or going to middle school, or middle schoolers showing up drunk. I didn't start getting drunk until I was 17. I still started before 21. I still was an underage drinker, but I didn't start until I was 17, which was late compared to everyone else that was around. Right. There's hot sauce on this. Do you like bacon? Don't die. There's a tiny piece. If you do, I won't take the blame. Or maybe I will. I'm undecided. Depends on the people doing the blaming. Really. Oh, Jesus. Fucking movies. Old movies popping in my head. Here you go, bro. Not even my movies, other people's movies popping in my head. Scenes. The invasion. The body snatchers. Like, what is this sorcery? Do I go this way or that way? I bet you it'll take me either.
This place never ends. What if the hunters know who I really am? What if they took off my mask?
What if we were an if?
Can you hear me now?
What if we were just an imaginary friend?
Did they?
We're not a real friend.
Did they get to him? Did they get to Mom?
What if? Well, I saw that movie, or I saw the trailer. Actually, it looks a little bit fun.
Craven is calling for more Talon drones upstairs.
But what movie isn't? With a cast like that, with Ron Reynolds involved. One of the funniest actors out there, compared to him and Paul Rudd. I don't know, that's why I'm thinking, like, they're gonna give Paul Rudd more screen time. in the Marvel movies because he's just a genuinely funny ass guy and has some really good moral.
More hunters.
What do you call it?
This will be the one. I wonder if he's right.
Liners.
There is an electricity to the air. Yes.
After so many have failed,
It's always,
it seems impossible for anything to kill him.
always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's a funny show. Now that fuck off. Thinking about something else. What the hell is it? The perks of not being a sunflower.
Your life is Kraven's now.
I know.
There is no escape for you.
It's kind of the point, right? Here, my life is all yours. Oh.
Stalking Pete.
Hidden stocking.
A tape recorder?
Stockings.
Could bust through the door. It'll be loud. Maybe there's another way.
Every night, I dream of my last moments. My body lying beneath my ancestors' sky in a field fertilized by their failures. Their tears fall from the stars as fire consumes my corpse. For I have done what they could not. Only an equal may taste my last breath, and may they send my soul back to the quiet depths of hell.
Have fun. Mana. What happened to the dual swingings? Dual swingers. The poles to swing around. Santa Claus got shot in the fucking face. The end is never. Simple. Oh. Well, that's a good move. Hey. Oh, the battery isn't anymore. Or there's another way. Or there's two ways. How about a third? Well, both. Open Epsonian's app right now. I'm invisible. Oh, no I'm not. Oh, invisible. No, I'm not. Practically writes itself. Why write a movie when it'll write itself? Why pay a writer when the movie will write itself? think Blade ain't one of those movies that's gonna write itself. The action would take over and make a stupid plot. Dead. What a Blade movie for you. Blade movie. What happens when you fall in love with your maker's maker? You know, when you're born a vampire and Dracula, you know, the OG infection and the OG infector be the parent of demons, the one who caused it, who made it, mother of demons, father of demons, with Marvel. They do some weird shit, so it wouldn't surprise me if they switched it up. Why say motherfucker? I mean, you could say fatherfucker. It's not even entertainment. It's like watching 90% of Will Ferrell's movies after you have an education. Here we go. I don't find it funny anymore.
That looks like an exit.
I know too much.
I need to find out why Kraven brought me here.
Why
Just
are
have
we
to get out of
tiptoeing?
here and call Spider-Man. If he's okay.
Hoorah! Right?
What's going on? This is
worthy competition.
okay.
Should we activate this? We're about to attack. What's the media that has all medias?
I tried.
What's the media of all medias? What's the most
I
false?
expected you sooner. Where
What's
is
the
the
media that's all?
energy of youth, huh?
Right?
Fight
Video game industry.
to the death. Or die here together.
So how many people did you kill before I got here?
Why can't I play a movie?
I didn't have a
Oh, I can?
You always have a choice.
Mr. Negative. Negative. Going positive. I imagine Mr. Negative. I don't know how positive he is. Right before he dies. you for your evil. But they served society, justice. Your evil has served us. You can die now. We're gonna go to England and sit underneath the bridge. Why does Texas keep calling me? Who's Texas? What's in Texas? I've never been to Texas, physically. Perhaps one day. Maybe that's my next venture. I was actually going to go to Texas this year, but now I'm going to go next year. For what? Well, then, there's a mystery got to be solved. No idea. Mini, 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 mo. Motherfucker. Gotta make some hell in Texas. Bring it to New York. Like the Founders versus Avengers.
I am done wasting my time fighting weaklings. Prove you are worthy of my life.
I understand you want to kill me. I can't let you do that.
What makes you think you deserve to live?
I won't die as the man that I was.
You don't get to walk away from what you did. The inner demons, Devil's Breath, the City Hall bombing.
Don't recount my sins to me. I know what I've done.
You have no idea. Watch it. Did Kraven bring you here, or was this voluntary?
You'll never defeat me. Spider-Man doesn't kill.
You never fought this one. Fast. I need to find an opening. No! Venom's not working.
Sit down! I'll make it quick.
Yes! Venom's back online.
There! Now, show us your full strength!
What if I try my new Venom special? Come on! Just need an opening! Do you feel any regret for what you've done?
Whatever I did to you in the past, it's never been personal.
I'm sure to you it wasn't.
What do you want? An apology?
I want you to feel even half the pain you caused me. Move!
Enough of this!
You stay down!
Back up!
Where is your beast?
That negative energy will mess me up!
Watch him carefully, Spider. He will take what is yours.
My powers are back!
His power over you has faded. Take back control. I don't want to have to kill you!
Wow! Maybe you have changed!
Yes! There it is!
This is gonna be the last time you hurt anybody!
You're a cliche! At least the other spider has a man behind the mask!
You don't know anything about me! Welcome back, Venom Powers!
Let's do this my way.
Where are you?
This is you.
I need to keep my head in the game. I'm not really here right now. None of this is real.
What's more real than fear?
What are you doing to me?
Taking a look into your soul. I see a boy, terrified of being alone, of failing his family.
Keep talking! You're not getting away from me! You can't hurt me!
Everyone has a breaking point. Even Spider-Man. It's just a matter of finding it. And I have all the time in the world to dig into you.
Get out of my head, man!
Out of your head. But there's so much to see in here. So much dread. So much pain. So much doubt.
I'm not listening!
You're strong. But no one is stronger than themselves.
Enough, Lee!
Where is he?
Miles.
He?
You don't get it. I mean, I tried to teach you, to make you into a hero. I knew you'd always be second best, but... all you've ever done is let people down. Put people in danger. That's not Spider-Man. Spider-Man helps people. You just hurt them.
It's not true.
Hey, whoa, don't shoot the messenger here. It's not even me you're letting down. It's your dad.
Oh!
So, your name is Miles. Who are you really, Miles?
Get down here, Lee!
Let's dig deeper.
Fight me, man! You wanna end this? Let's fight!
What the hell, Miles?
I know this is you, Lee!
Yeah, of course it is. I'm always here for you. I do everything for you.
I'm I'm not listening!
Yeah, I'm not surprised you'd say that. Because all that matters is you, right?
All you do is take. You put me in danger. You put Haley in danger. And for what? What do we get? I know I'm
left behind. That's all we get. Or we end up like Finn.
Ganke! Ganke!
I know I said it wasn't your fault, but I guess I just mostly felt bad for you. Didn't want you to feel responsible. Especially after...
No!
Especially after your...
Shut up!
This ends when I wanted to, Miles. You're going to let me in eventually. And until then, struggle.
Mijo. Mijo, where are you?
No! Here, Mom.
I can't do this anymore, Miles. You're always gone. Always in danger.
No!
You're going to get yourself killed.
Won't!
And then what? You can't win, Miles. I should never have let you try. All it's ever done is make me more alone. Put me in more danger.
No! I want to protect you! I will!
Heard that before.
Mean it!
Not from you. On the day he died,
Mom!
Your father told me, just that morning, that everything he does...
No! No, no, no!
Miles, please! I love you.
That's enough, Lee.
Miles.
I said that's enough!
You're right. It's more than enough. I have everything I need.
Stop.
Hey there, big man. Man, it feels good to see you. A lot's changed since I left. You became a whole hero.
I couldn't save you. Or Finn. If Spider-Man can protect everyone, who will?
Come on now. You're more than just Spider-Man. You can try and hide behind that mask, but I know who you are. And what you stand for. And I've been watching you.
You have?
And it hurts. What happened to the boy that I raised? You're a coward. Stain on our family.
You don't mean that!
I do. We all do. You're a failure, Miles. Always will be.
No! You never say that! None of you would! I'm not...
It's time to give up. Give up, Miles.
No.
Give up!
I won't.
Give up. Give up.
Give up.
You're done, Lee. I'm not doing this anymore.
Oh, doom, doom, doom.
You wanna know who I am? I'm the kid whose dad you killed at City Hall!
What?
He died because you decided your problems were more important than all of those people's lives. Jefferson Davis was a hero who saved people from you.
Miles.
No. I'm done listening to you.
Losing my dad? It's not what's holding me back. I was the one doing that. But not anymore.
Do it.
Please. When you're out, find Spider-Man.
Do not let them escape!
Hey, got a report that Mr. Negative's near Feast in Chinatown. But nothing from Miles. Do you think...
Miles is fine. We're out looking for him now. Find Lee. Miles has to be there too. Has to be.
I'll go check it out. If he so much as laid a hand on Miles.
Oh, shit. River of Doom.
Hello? It's Dr. Connors. Sorry, I asked Harry for your number. Please, come back to the lab. We need to remove the symbiote. The hold that it's already taking on your mind, it's only going to get worse.
I'm busy. No one listens.
Danica stands, tolerators, and haters. I have some news. And it is dark. Spider-Man was seen straight up terrorizing a neighborhood in Queens. A witness on site reports he moved like something out of a nightmare. Listen, the hunters are bad. No joke. But a possessed Spider-Man? That's nuclear no good. And worse, the other Spider-Man, nowhere to be found. The comments are open, folks. Let us know what you know. Any sightings of the younger Spider-Man, let me have him. He's gotta be okay.
Break in? I'll break them.
I left the best parts of me here. I'm not looking for a fight. Kraven has the other Spider-Man trapped in an old mansion east of the city. He saved me. Told me to find you. This was the only way I knew how. I owe him my life. And much more. If we hurry...
No. You've done enough.
You should be proud of him. He reminds me of you.
Reminds him of me. He doesn't even know me. Or Miles. A little bit of help now, all of a sudden he's a good guy. As soon as Miles is safe, Lee's going back in a cell. Not now, MJ. Is Spider-Man doing more harm than good? How about now? Now who needs the old Spider-Man? What's so great about the new Spider-Man anyway? He can't even stop some hunters. They destroyed the EMF. Destroyed my life. I'm going to lose May's house because of them and... Kraven.
Kill Kraven.
In the comics, it's quite the opposite. Kraven kills Spider-Man. The controller is actually dead, practically. Mold. To old, the mold. To mod, the mold. To alterate, the mold. A dominant sensory meridian response artist. You are getting very, very sleepy. You will fall into an endless void. It will be you, and you will become one with the void. You are getting very, very sleepy. All what was to what is now. All that has changed. What nightmares have manifested into reality. What beautiful, sweet dreams have been deprived from your reality. Nothing but a dream.